All right, and we're live as always. Big or quick 10 to 15 minute hangout. Let people join in. And then I'm going to go with the first video, which is this one, Alaska Hell Frozen Over. This video is not going to be monetized. It just, there's no way to do it. So I'm just going to keep the ads off. I always keep them off for the live stream, but I'm not going to put ads on it afterwards. I should say, if you're watching this video not live, down below there'll be a little marker where the different videos are and when this starts from the intro. So if you're watching this live, you don't want to hear me ramble for 15 minutes and hang out with the chat, then just click on one of those. Yeah, I had some issues with my ads. Somebody pointed this out to me. I had been setting the ads on auto when I monetized a video, and there was like a 4-hour live stream that had it had like I don't even like 45 ads on it. It was crazy. So I'm so sorry for that. If you were seeing those, that was not intentional. And if there are ads on this one, I'm almost definitely sure I'm not going to monetize this one, just because the content in these videos is going to, at least one of these videos is going to make this non-monetizable. What's up, Jacob? Yeah, Beaver's in the chat for Jay Burden. Appreciate you still being here, brother. But yeah, there's a bunch of them, man. We're going to do the cat-eating Haitians. There was some uncreative racism in this one. I'm sure I'll bring that up. That's been one of my things recently. Did a thread on some more creative racism. Not, by the way, that I am encouraging racism. In fact, this is a cultural anthropology channel. I understand certain members of the audience are racist, but I'm not. I'm just going to say that. I'm really not. Liberals might say I am. They think everything's racist. Hey, what's up? Misamen. Hello, Turkish man. I'm just gonna go with that. You're the resident Turkish man. Yeah, then we're gonna do Hawaii. So a lot of these, I've talked about this before, right? It's like there's these places, and this is true in general, as well as this is true in general with anthropology, is that extreme geographies breed extreme cultures and diverse cultures. Because when you have an extreme environment, and by extreme, the metric I'm using for that is it just means essentially very different from average place. So like most places, there's like temperate zones where a lot of people live. There are like along the equator, a lot of people live there. A lot of people live in these environments. So there's a lot of different cultures that have different ways, but often overlapping ways of providing subsistence, of living in those places. And then you have extreme locations, somewhere like Hawaii, whose geography is so separated from other places, and that creates, and Alaska as well, that creates very unique environments and ways of living. And that intersection with modern life breeds its own, its own specific culture. So I'm very interested in that. So in this video, we're just going to watch a bunch of Tyler Oliveira videos. I don't have express permission from him to do this, but it is fair use. I think it'll be okay. So I hope I don't have to cut the stream short just because of the automatic stuff. But I checked to make sure that other people had watched whole videos of his, and it seems like a lot have. So I think it should be okay. I'm not trying to, screw anybody over. I'm not trying to like steal their content. It's not that big of a deal because I'm a much smaller channel. But if I was larger, I probably wouldn't be able to do something like this. What's up, JC? I agree, Big Yehuda. Oliveira does have the right face. He has... I know that this guy takes a lot of flack from a lot of different directions. I think most of it is pretty whatever. And I put this in the description below, but Tyler Oliveira is somebody whose YouTube channel I really, really like. Give him a follow. He puts out these great videos. You'll see. I mean, if you like the videos you see here, check out his channel. But he reminds me a lot of Louis Theroux. And you probably heard me talk about Louis Theroux in the past, but I love Louis Theroux. He doesn't do as much stuff anymore. He's a bit of a turbo lib, that's all right. But back in the day, in the aughts, the 2000s and the 2010s, he would make all these great documentaries and I would just binge watch all of them, where he would just go and talk to the craziest people. He would go and talk to like the most extreme people, like the Nation of Islam. Let me finish this point and then I'll go to that. The Nation of Islam, like neo-Nazis, the Westboro Baptist Church, And then just not hate groups, but then like other types of groups, like who else? Look, there's a lot of them. He went Israeli settlers. I'd like to do some stuff with Louis Theroux, but I'm a little bit more concerned about that because a lot of them are illegally like put on YouTube, and I'm not sure it will be legal. If I receive money while you're playing his videos, isn't that problematic? So, I mean, if you're talking from a perspective of morally or ethically, I mean, you could argue that it's a problem regardless. But as far as legally goes, and what I'm more concerned about would be the legal aspect, and then also what is seen as acceptable on YouTube, essentially. And basically, reaction streams they used to be much more not accepted a few years ago on YouTube, even though they were technically allowed. But the doctrine of fair use for, I think it's copyrighted material. It might be a slightly different thing, but I think it's copyrighted. As long as you were effectively transforming the content, so I'm not coming on here and just streaming his videos and not saying anything about it. As long as you're adding something to it that transforms the content, it's generally, it's considered both legal, and then as far as the ethical side goes and how people perceive it on YouTube, other creators as well as audiences, people in that sphere, that's a little bit more, people have their own opinions on it, but I tend to just go with, like, I have my own reason for what I'm watching, and I'm only going to stream videos that I think that I can provide a lot to. And if I'm watching something and I can't really provide a lot to it to transform the content and provide something else, then I'm not going to do it. And I think that's happened before, where I start streaming a video and then I'm like, no, I don't really have much to say on this, so I just don't do it. Yes, he did do the Black Hebrew Israelites. That was interesting. That's Louis Theroux did that back in the day. Yes, Yaqub created us all. Praise be to Yaqub, the creator of all white people. Thank you, Yaqub, for giving me life. Okay, so I think we can get started here. Let me just get. My streams have been more popular recently, so I get up to a number watching it larger than I would have in the past more quickly. So yeah, let me just grab the. I'm just going to go back to Alaska because that's what we're going to start with, and I'm going to grab a timestamp for the video. Oh, please like the video. I would appreciate that. I thank you so much for doing that. And we're going to start this video at 7:50. Okay, so we're going to start with Tyler Oliveira's. Nope. I mistyped. Now it's going to be 8. I hate doing this. I wish there was a way to do it automatically. There probably is. I haven't figured it out. All right, saving that. 8 minutes. Okay, let's go. This is going to be Alaska Hell Frozen Over.
-20.
Oh, let me know how the audio is. My audio versus theirs. I gotta turn this up.
Picked up 3 bodies last year.
Good
How
Lord.
close did it get to you?
25 yards.
You get in between them and their cup, you're gonna wish you did.
And this was probably a big whale too. Okay, really big.
I for a second, like, I had the Hawaii video up and then Alaska started and I was really confused. But this makes sense.
This is Alaska, a frozen hellscape in the winter where it gets as cold as -30 degrees, but breathtakingly beautiful in the summer.
How's the audio,
It's the largest
chat?
state in America, but one of the least populated. Is life as bleak as many people think it is? Or is this state simply an outdoorsman's oasis misunderstood by spoiled city slickers?
What are your thoughts on Alaska?
Well, where to start? There used to be stuff to do, 24 hours, places to eat, etc., etc.
Bring back 24-hour Walmart.
If I want to take my
Thank
underage
you, Turkish man.
coworker out for a beer, I'm risking
I should ask you, is it okay if I just call you Turkish man? If you don't like that, then I will find something else to call you. But that's I'm not going to be able to pronounce that name.
a felony.
I like the summers. The summers are pretty good, except for the rain. But in the winters, oh my God.
Is it?
So she looked Alaskan native to me based on phenotype. Not sure. She could be something else, but I would love if they brought in some indigenous people in this. You guys know I got a soft spot for that type of thing. Okay, all good to call you Turkish man. Appreciate it.
The summers are pretty good, except for the rain. But in
God,
the winters,
that road's
oh my
beautiful.
God.
Is it for the week?
No, definitely not.
Before I traveled to the northernmost town in America,
I should say I've been to all 50 states. So like this wide range of like gathering all of American culture, all these different people in America. I just love that type of thing because it's one country, right? But so many different subcultures, so many different geographies, all this type of thing is just inherently interesting to me. And I assume you, since you're here on my channel where I make stuff that I like. What is up, D503? Good to see you, brother.
How is life in the biggest city in Alaska, Anchorage? Is it as miserable as people say it is? Or is it actually just awesome?
Pretty
Would you ever consider leaving Alaska somewhere with better weather?
Yeah, of course. Oh, hell no.
Hell no.
Oh, hell no.
You said that quick. Why?
Okay, so this guy's got an indigenous shirt on. So maybe he's indigenous as well.
Big time. It's home for me.
Yeah.
Probably Cali.
Cali?
I wish he talks about that.
Where you go, whether you're living in Anchorage, or whether you're in Fairbanks,
All right.
or up north, or even south. It's beautiful.
I once narrowed it down to two choices. And I'm like, well, you're 16. That's not going to work.
Nope. Illegal.
And you have an ankle monitor. So, yeah, I guess that's off the table, too.
So felons and teenagers out here. Well, be careful out here. Don't catch a case, all right?
Yeah, I'm usually smart enough not to get caught.
Wait. Am I? Okay, that's like besides what I'm trying to comment on here, but holy crap. What the heck?
Whoa.
Is he talking about getting caught with teenagers?
Oh, do I need to turn you in?
What was that?
What do you do in the winter out here if you're on the streets?
Stay dry.
Yeah.
Stay with people. Don't get too wasted.
Yeah. How big is the alcoholism out here on the streets in Alaska?
Oh man, it's all vodka.
Yeah, vodka guy. Do people use it as a heat blanket out here, or is it just kind of a way of life, part of the culture?
Yeah, they call it anti-freeze.
Do people drink so much just because it gets cold and lonely out here?
Depression,
Yeah.
cold. So they can't get away from it.
Yeah, trapped.
I mean, I'm an alcoholic, but I gotta stay sober. I gotta catch my flight tomorrow.
I hear you.
You get hunkered down.
Okay.
And there's a disease for that.
Like seasonal depression?
Absolutely. Oh, big time. It's a winter thing. It's a wintertime thing.
In the winter, is it common for homeless people to die on the streets out here? Because it gets cold, right?
We're pretty good about getting them housed,
Okay.
but there are like maybe one or two that you'll hear about that didn't make it.
You see people losing limbs, losing lives, okay? This last winter was actually quite a scare.
Yeah.
But luckily, people only lost limbs, but we didn't lose that many people this last winter.
How many people lost limbs out here last year?
Quite a few.
Yeah.
Quite a few people. I venture to say like over half.
Over half?
Honestly, I'm trying to get out of here in the winters. I'm trying to be in like Arizona or Texas, somewhere like that. But yeah, man, the winters they're not for me, but a lot of Alaskans love it up here. So
Like in the winter, is it likely you'll see someone dying?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think they picked up, 3 bodies last year.
And you'll notice a surprisingly high percentage of those living on the streets in Anchorage are Alaskan natives struggling with alcohol.
Okay, so we're getting into that. Alcohol is excuse me, sorry. Yeah, this is hard to watch. Alcoholism does have relatively high rates amongst indigenous populations in the U.S. I think there could be a genetic component to it. I think there's research on that. I'd have to look into it. This stuff's quite complicated, but there's obviously also a cultural element to it, and that is, sorry. There's a cultural element to it as well. And how much of that is genetic, how much is cultural, that's up for debate. But, that's the context of it.
Alcoholism.
Who am I here with?
My name's Betty Sanchez Oakcheck. I'm a celebrity.
What's going on?
I'm homeless.
Okay. We don't have to talk more if this makes you sad.
I'm happy.
You're happy? How about this? You want this right here? This
I
umbrella?
don't think she's sad. I think that's a neurological thing. I'm not sure.
Will this be helpful? All right, you keep this, all right?
Really?
Yeah, it's yours.
Wow.
I want you guys to have a great night, all right? YouTube video. Talking to folks. You want to be interviewed?
Break that fucking.
Also, if you want to support our boots on the ground.
All right, well, you don't have to get interviewed, brother.
Independent journalism that is not bought and paid for by corporate interests, along with uncensored early access to all my videos before they go up on YouTube, and exclusive DLC content that YouTube won't let me upload. Go subscribe at patreon.com/Tyler Oliveira for less than $5 a month. It seemed like Alaskans loved living here in the summer, while the homeless folks especially dreaded the impending doom of winter, as their concerns of getting frostbite, losing limbs, and freezing to death while unsheltered are very real. But those living in homes seem to make the most of it.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you like Alaska? 10. What about winter? 10. Solid. Thanks, man. An Alaskan lover right there.
It's not that bad as long as you go outside and exercise, even when it's dark. We have world-class Nordic skiing trails around town and close by. And it's a great place to live, especially if you like the outdoors.
And apparently, Alaska's chock full of job opportunities that pay above mainland average wages.
We love Alaska. There's so many opportunities here.
You're not okay. Like, she can love it. That's fine, but you don't generally really have that much of a choice when you're in the military. Weird. She's accepting to be interviewed in uniform. It's not that crazy. It's not a political interview, but.
Both on the civilian side when it comes to careers, as well as the Alaska Army National Guard.
Oh yeah, okay. She's a recruiter. Great. This is, or maybe if she's in the National Guard, then okay. I stand corrected. That right there, that's a National Guard patch. So she's likely in the National Guard. But yeah, all these people are making plenty of money to live there, and I think that's a big factor here. Pretty obviously, you can afford to live in Alaska. If you're not homeless, for one, but also if you make more money. I think it's generally more expensive. They might have higher paying jobs, but like Hawaii, because of the supply chains to get there, things get pretty expensive. And we're going to watch a Hawaii video as well.
So Alaska Army National Guard we're citizen soldiers.
All right.
We live here, we work here, we love
Okay, well, don't do
being
an
here.
advertisement.
We get to explore the outdoors.
For me,
military.
I come in from the valley to work on Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson, and I have big open inlet on one side of me, mountains on the other side. Usually because it's Alaska, it's a long, beautiful sunrise or sunset as I'm driving. It's a great way to decompress from my day.
And that's a geography thing, right? You get more north, you have I think certain parts of Alaska, they got the northern lights. It's nice. I've only been here once, and barely. I got off the ship and on a cruise in Alaska. I usually don't do cruises, especially for traveling, but my dad's pretty elderly, and we went together.
Wake up drinking my coffee, listening to a nice radio station, and you can't beat these beautiful views.
Beautiful. Okay.
What else you can say? I mean,
You're going to move here.
Once you might be. Who
All
knows?
right. Real quick, anyone who wants to visit Alaska, what would you say?
Come.
I know it gets really cold in the winter. There are a lot of homeless people out here in Anchorage. Do you see any crazy stuff going down on this bus?
Oh, man.
Oh yeah. Every once in a while, man,
See the
you see
subtitle.
some pretty wild stuff. The craziest thing, man, I had this one dude, super drunk, man. Dude took a shit on himself.
Okay. What's one thing you'd like to say to the city or the mayor when it comes to help you guys need on the streets, or just to be left alone?
You know, people leave it the hell alone. We don't come to your house and fuck you.
Yes, we do. We're out here. Yes, we do. We're in their faces. I'm sorry. The homeless is as big a problem as we all have our issues. They don't like us because, I'm sorry, homeless. We do.
I love to see an actual disagreement between two homeless women about the perception of homeless people. That's incredibly interesting.
We find a spot. It's not ours. We're borrowing it and make a mess. Or we have our own issues.
Oh, also, I just noticed a fish.
Oh Lord!
Despite there being ample job opportunities in Alaska,
they're in the middle of the city.
Alaska, crippling alcoholism, particularly among the native Alaskan population living on the streets, presents a deadly combo in the winter, as many homeless folks drink alcohol to stay warm, giving them a false sense of warmth.
Gosh, there's something incredibly dark about, obviously, people being homeless, that just sucks in general. But there's something incredibly dark about, indigenous people living on land that used to, all be theirs, living in a traditional, and when I say traditional, that's contextual, right? It's traditional just means in the context of your culture, whatever it is. There's something incredibly dark about indigenous people living on the land that they came from amongst a new society that's come in, however that happened, and then not finding a place in that society, and then also not having at that point their own traditional ways of life either, because they've been separated them again through various different ways.
And oftentimes leading to deadly hypothermia.
You know what they need to do?
What do they need?
They need to go to work.
Okay.
Where is the homeless supposed to go?
You tell me. It seems like everyone's being pushed to the wilderness.
Yeah, they're not.
Sorry. Please, may I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, more people need to get jobs.
Eligible.
And they supposed to have social
No,
services.
not for the old people, but you know what?
Social services for help. They will help
Wait, he said, yeah, go ahead, and then he interrupted her immediately.
you find a job. It will help you find a place to stay.
No, along with the SSI.
Why you ain't working?
You're saying more people need to get jobs and get off the streets, and
Why
you're
you
saying
ain't
we
working?
need more help?
Younger,
Why you ain't working?
they don't have to be hanging around down here.
Okay, well, this lady's like 60, 70 years old. I don't know if telling her to go back to work is being very helpful. I don't think people should have to be working at that point. I get that it's more complicated than that, but in a perfect world, which of course we don't live in.
Yeah, there's a lot of jobs that they can apply for.
Why are you here? Think about it.
No,
Good chatting with you.
she's disability.
I see. I
They
see.
can find their own work that they
I know
are
I can
desired
work,
to.
Mom. I'm sorry, if you have a heart, give us a house in a mansion.
Considering the struggles of living in Alaska's
Well, I
biggest city, it
barely
begs the
afford my
question
own.
of how hard it is to survive in the wilderness, far away from large groups of people, hospitals, grocery stores, gas stations, and gun stores. While the weather itself can kill you here, don't forget about polar bears, grizzly bears, black bears, moose, wolves, and wolverines.
The moose kill the most people. I don't know how deep polar bears go. You meet a polar bear, you're screwed. Brown bears might kill you. Yeah.
Nice. This is crazy.
Wait. Alaska would be fine if I owned the Presidential Commission on Catastrophic Nuclear Incidents sign. This is all Dan's fault. That is an amazing sign. I'm really glad that he has that. That's a de-dunking Dan, by the way, is the one who has that sign.
Hey, Mom, I'm looking to go see a bear, but I don't want to get eaten by it. Any thoughts?
Yeah, we got bear spray over there. Yeah.
All right. You ever seen a bear before?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Plenty of them.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Brown or black?
Both. Eaten them both too.
You fought a bear before?
No, I've shot them. I hunt them.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I need anything beyond this. Honest advice, so I don't
Honest
end up on the
advice?
news. Yeah.
Me personally, I'd feel better with a gun, but because you don't, are you an Alaskan resident?
No, sir. I'm here to visit.
I can't
yeah.
sell you a pistol.
It would have to
I
get
can
shipped
sell
back.
you a shotgun.
You ever fought a bear?
Fought one? No.
I love
Shot one,
America.
yes.
How many shots did it take?
You don't fight a bear, dude.
How close did it get to you?
This is not the Revenant.
25 yards.
How fast are these things?
They can do 25 yards like that.
Okay, so you were kind of close, yeah? Damn. Okay. How quiet are they?
Oh,
Very
they're
quiet.
Really quiet.
All right.
Too quiet.
After equipping myself with some bear spray, I drove 60 miles to the town that lives in one building, Whittier, Alaska.
Tons of boats out here, PepsiCo factory, gasoline, petroleum. They got it all, man.
Have I
Question
been
for you,
here?
man. How long you been
I
out
may have
here?
been here.
About 20 minutes.
Oh, I want to see a bear too. I came in from Texas.
Go to Eagle River and go to the Nature Center.
Find a bear?
You'll probably more than likely see a bear.
Woo!
We were at Klutna, saw a black bear.
I don't wanna
Went
see a
to Eagle River Nature Center, saw 2 browns.
Whew, how close were you to the brown?
Here or there. They really don't want to mess with you. They want to do their own thing, but you get in between them and their cub, you're gonna wish you didn't.
Man, I gotta say, Alaskans are hella nice. The friendliness rating out here is 10 out of 10.
And then
So this is something I think that comes up in a lot of places that are like Alaska. Like this is like when you're dealing with fighting the elements, essentially, even if you live in a house, right? You're gonna experience extreme weather where you have to leave your house, and if you leave your house and you're in your car, you get stuck. I mean, that's a possible situation that could end your life. And then there's also like not just blizzards, but the wildlife. There's the wildlife like moose. I think I might be misremembering this, but I think there's a lot of places that are like this. I think Alaska is where I'm remembering this from, but don't quote me. Where they leave their cars unlocked because you think about bears and stuff, but moose are actually more likely to kill you. They're very dangerous. They're very large animals, and they don't need to bite you or scratch you. They just I mean, they're like 1,200-pound animals. They'll run you over. So sometimes people, I think in Alaska, leave their cars open so that if someone sees a moose, they can get in there for protection. Thank you from New Zealand. Cheers for your work. No, dude, it's look, all I ask for is the likes. I really, really appreciate donations. It means so much. But yes, the $5, even when they're from New Zealand, is very much appreciated. So thank you so much for that. Yeah, we're out here doing it. But yes, please like the video, subscribe if you're not. Let's keep going with Alaska.
I made it to the Soviet-style 14-story building built by the military during the Cold War and now houses the entire town's approximate 200 full-time residents.
All right, interesting building, very pretty architecture. I can imagine this place gets crazy in the winter, crazy isolating that is, but definitely cool aesthetic.
How do you like it out here?
Been here 35 plus.
Whoa!
And she's been here 45.
How would you review this place?
How do you meet somebody in Alaska?
I was told I had to come here and say hi.
It is very unique.
Yeah.
It's a unique style of living.
Yeah.
You know, our kids take a tunnel from this side to go to the school in the wintertime.
Okay.
Because of the wind and that and the weather elements.
Got it.
So they don't have to. There's no excuse for their school. Because the dead of winter will give you a totally different perspective of life here.
Is this peak summer right now, or is this just like...
No, this is peak summer.
This is the best it gets?
This is the best as it's been.
Dang. Whoa.
Last year we had 14 days of sunshine.
Are you used to it?
Yeah.
Yeah? You love
Look,
it?
man, I don't mind New England. Southern New England, by the way. Northern New England gets way worse weather. But like, for 20 days of sunshine, that's crazy.
I love it, but I could use without the rain.
Dang, look at this. Some cool toys out here. I can't imagine living out here for 35 plus years. We're gonna hop back in the rental, make our way back through the tunnel, and hop on the plane to the northernmost town in Alaska.
After driving around the treacherous curves of Alaska's unforgiving roads mid-downpour, I'd made it to the airport and on the only flight per day to Barrow, Alaska, the northernmost town in America.
There's only one flight in per day. My goal is to eat some whale. I know it's illegal to buy whale, so hopefully someone can give it to me and I can leave them some gas money or something. Let's go explore. It's like 40 degrees. Got a little bit cloudy all of a
Eat
sudden.
whale.
Question for you.
Dude, he put it up on the screen like a video game objective.
You know where I can find some whale? My one dream right now is to taste whale. Do you know anyone?
Yeah.
Really?
I bet people were going to be so pissed about this. Watching this, I mean, I don't care. It would be better. Like, obviously, I don't want like commercial whaling for this type of thing, but I don't think there's anything wrong with just eating a whale. And traditionally, you know, this is a thing for not all Alaska natives are actually Inuit. There's a few other groups that are not Inuit, but I think these people would be Inuit where they are. I mean, they could be moving around, but I think this traditional land is Inuit versus like lower down on Alaska. When you get down to the islands, it's going to be like people more related to like the Tlingit and the Haida, the Pacific Northwest people. We've done some stuff on them before, as well as the Aleutians, which would be on the islands leading out to Russia on the other side. But they would have hunted them traditionally. A lot of meat on that, a lot of use out of those bones and everything. Dude, he's asking him basically for something illegal, and he's got him on camera, and this guy's like, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah? Hop in? All right. Damn, nice. Solomona. Solomona? Yeah. All right, I've been looking for whale.
I wish you told us what that meant.
First time in Barrow?
Yeah.
Did you grow up here?
21 years I live here, yeah.
Okay. How
I've
is
never
it?
seen that movie.
Yeah, family up here now.
Okay. You know someone who has whale?
My son.
Hell yeah.
He's native.
Okay. Would you ever move out of here?
No. I mean, I'll move out somewhere.
Okay.
Like Anchorage, but this is pretty much home right
Yeah.
now.
So I got in on the only flight today.
Yeah, we only have one flight a day.
Would you say it's a pretty decent place to raise a family?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a small community and pretty much everybody knows everyone. Hello?
We might get some whale.
Some guy that just got into town, he wants to try some whale.
It's his dream.
It's his dream.
Yes, thank you.
I guess we gotta make his dream come true.
Please.
Yeah, we'll let him try the whale, and then after that, we're gonna butcher him.
Met Jeffrey Dahmer out here. The joke is everyone lives in a log cabin in Alaska, and you're the one guy out here with the log cabin. Yeah. What's up, Clifford?
Oh my God, look at that dog.
He's looking at, damn, I got a good supper tonight.
Oh, shit. If I were to find a polar bear, would it outrun me?
Good luck.
He knows it would.
Have you ever seen a polar bear?
Yeah, I'm gonna show you a video.
Oh shit!
This was just last week.
All right.
We're in
No
a
way,
boat. This
dude.
is
That
in
is
the water.
unreal. That's Nat Geo right there.
Yeah, it's in the water.
You recorded that?
Yeah, we were going hunting.
Dude,
Oh,
why?
Yo,
Why?
I cannot believe it. If there's whale in there, I might cry.
There's always whale in this thing.
Oh, wow.
That's caribou right here.
Okay.
I think what's special about trying whale is that you can't buy it, right? Like you can have it, and I don't think you're allowed to hunt it either. I think it's just I don't know if they give permits to people who are not like enrolled in certain indigenous tribes. I think you have to be. And I think that's true in both Canada and in the US. I don't know about other countries. I think the Japanese do it commercially, or at least they did so. Yeah, I was just mentioning the Japanese. I don't know if you can, but for US and Canada, you cannot, as far as I know, unless you're specifically like enrolled in a you'd have to be enrolled in a specific indigenous tribe or nation to be allowed to, and then they have to give it to you.
I can't believe 5 minutes into town, I found whale.
But Norway, so the Nordic countries, I know that's a thing. Yeah, so in the US and Canada, you cannot do it. We're not allowed to. And this would also be something that is traditional to the cultures in the Nordic countries up there. That it's something that they did also. Both the Sami and the different Viking cultures. Viking cultures. That was a joke, and I have to correct myself because that's not really true. I said it as a joke. Viking means like raider, so they weren't all Vikings. Like that's like a job rather than a thing that people would have done. But I digress.
Thank you for making my dream come true, sir. All right, that is whale right there. And you cannot buy this at grocery stores, right?
No, you're not supposed to.
Hi there. How are you?
A nice place.
I'm sorry to intrude your home. I wanted to try whale, so I was asking strangers on the street, and he let me in. Yeah. For the record, kids out there, do not get in strangers' car, but shout out to Solomona. Thank you so much. And what was your name?
I don't think they
Joanne.
do.
Thank you, Joanne. So if you can't sell the whale, what do you guys hunt and sell?
Definitely is an archaeological
Oh, you guys
conspiracy.
just survived then.
Yes, they live off of that.
Oh, okay.
That's what they do.
This is whale sashimi. So how does one drag in a whale?
Depends on what season it is.
Okay.
Springtime, they cut it up on the ice.
They'll pull it up to
Lord,
the beach
dude.
and then the loader will lift
It's
it
an
up
operation
and
to
move
do
it where it
that.
needs to go.
Dang.
And it's not like you can just like have a place to do it. You got to move that. I mean, how much do whales weigh? It depends on the whale, I guess.
All right, here's a piece of whale. Thank you so much for cutting this. Let's try this now. Cooked. Oh, that's good. I like it cooked. Got a little chili out here. The whale was delicious.
And he said cooked, by the way, because people do eat it raw. I don't like fat on meat that much. I wouldn't want to do that. I try it cooked, but not raw. But I was reading in ethnography of the Inuit a long time ago, years ago, and they were talking about eating it.
Delicious. The hospitality out here is real. Now the goal is to pay it forward after this somehow. After eating whale in one
That's
of
a
the
good way to
few
get them to
places
eat whale.
on Earth
Put it
that
on
is still
pizza.
legal to hunt and eat, I hopped in Solomona's car to get a full tour of the town. Got the kids playing, having a good old time. People pretty happy out here, or is it mixed? Yeah.
I mean, it's a good place to live.
Are there like any bars?
Ooh, I want to see this comment. It's native status. My wife is part Ojibwe. Around the Great Lakes, she can technically fish a very large amount of sturgeon, which I think is quite a large fish. Well, most Americans are only allotted one per season. Okay, yeah, that's cool, man. The other thing that I should point out, by the way, is I was being very specific, right, about being enrolled in a native tribe. And unfortunately, not all people who are indigenous are enrolled in a native tribe. And I mean, the most common thing about that is that they don't have federal status, either from the Canadian or the American government. For whatever reason, is in their tribe or nation, did not get native status. There's not a lot that are getting approved today because essentially if you had the evidence to be able to reach that legal threshold, it would have already happened at this point. But the other thing is that, you know, all of the different tribes and nations, they have their own rules on being a part of that. So there are some people like, you know, we were talking about the Ojibwe. I did an interview with an Ojibwe guy recently, and he does have, he's only 1/16 blood, but he has direct descent, and that's how the Ojibwe do it. Another rather large tribe, the Cherokee. There's a few different Cherokee federally recognized tribes that are related to the Cherokee, but like they have a rather high blood quantum percentage requirement. But what can happen is somebody who is 100% possibly Native American blood, because of a combination of like their specific tribe not having recognition or them not meeting the requirement for any specific tribe, they won't have that status. And, you know, I don't know how to fix that, but that does suck.
Bars out here?
No.
Damn. Alcohol's banned out here, isn't it?
It's limited.
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 Okay.
Everything distribute to one, like to the city.
Okay.
And then you go pick up your order, and they're like, you can only get so much a month.
So if I want to get bat drunk on vodka right now, how much would it cost me?
You don't. You have to bring your own. Like,
got it. And just so they know, to my right is the Arctic
that's
Ocean.
the ocean, yeah.
There it is. I made it to the Arctic Ocean, people. The sun's still up. It's 8 p.m. This place has nearly 20 hours of sunlight per day. This place is unreal. I love it. Thank you. We're going to meet your brother. What's his name?
Martin. He's a hunter, and he knows a lot about. I'm not a hunter. I'm just an eater. Meet them.
All right. My name's Tyler.
Martin.
Good to meet you, Martin. How long you been out here?
My whole life, 36 years. So.
What is the significance of whale in the native culture here back in the day?
It was something that the people here really depended on because it's just a huge animal that fed so many families, especially during like right after the long winter months and not being able to catch caribou or having a hard time catching seals and stuff.
The whale was like the
The
life.
seals are so cute. I gotta go back.
Being able to catch caribou or having a hard time catching seals and stuff.
Look at him. They're like dogs of the ocean, man. Oh my God. How could you club these? Oh, cutie. I love that guy. I want a seal. I want to keep a seal as a pet. I don't think I'm allowed to.
The whale was like the lifeblood out here.
Oh yeah, it's the center of our community.
Just found a bunch of whale bones right in this front lawn.
Hell yeah.
That's
dude.
crazy. That's a full whale carcass right there. Nowhere else in America could you see that. And as I went to what every local told me was the best restaurant in town, I met Aaron, a local born and raised here who also watches my channel.
That's good, dude. Oh, yo. Thank you. This is sick.
This is very sweet of you. After eating some delicious Chinese food on my way out of Salmon Lee's, another dude noticed me recording and waved me down. Yeah. How you doing, ma'am? They crushed it. What's your name?
I bet I could fuck up a whale.
Good to meet you. Look, my name's Tyler. How long you been out here, dude?
I mean, I've lived here my whole life.
Okay. After chatting with Lou, he said he had 2 4-wheelers and wanted to take me to the northernmost part of the northernmost town. I agreed.
There he is. Hey. Good morning. Good morning. How you doing? Pretty good.
Wow. Whalebone's just chilling. We got houses all the way out here, a swing. All right, we've almost made it to the northernmost part. Are there polar bears out here? Yeah? Should we hop off? All right. Oh my God, that is crazy. Whalebones right here. Jellyfish right there, that'd be bad.
wild.
Jellyfish all up on the ground. Giant whalebones. And this is
This is
bone
what I'm talking about, man. You go to these extreme places, you see things you would never see anywhere else. Like, you know, whales live off the coast of where I'm from. I'm from an area that used to be a whaling town, but like, you don't see whale bones. That's crazy, dude. Well, these are probably left there from them actually hunting them, which is probably why, but you know, still, that's cool.
right here? That's a stick. That's just a stick. I'm an idiot. People come here to hunt? Yeah. So during the hunting season, these places get resided in?
Those are just like cabins. People go there for like family gatherings.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is the Point Barrow.
I mean, Point Barrow is more that.
Yo, like
way,
my video,
but
That's
please.
water we
I beg you.
have to cross. 19-year-old young man. We're at the
My happiness
northernmost
is
part of the
dependent on the
northernmost
likes on my
town.
video.
What are your life dreams, man?
I want
I'm
to
here
travel
on
the
Saturday
world.
night.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to get out of here just to like experience like Japan, Asia, Europe.
Could you ever leave home and mom?
No, not me. No.
No?
No.
So you'd have to come back. Visit other places, come back home.
Yeah. Some people try to leave Barrow just because they don't like the lifestyle here, but me personally, I like it.
What's like the biggest creature you've had to fight out here?
Well, I've only caught caribou.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are they pretty big?
They're really big.
All right, let's check this out. This is
This is a city, by the way. I'm actually just gonna share this for a moment. This is the northernmost American city. You know what? There was another YouTube video I saw about this place. It wasn't about this place, but they went to this place. I don't remember what the channel was. It was like a travel channel. I wish I could, doesn't matter. They're way bigger than me. They don't need my shout out. But I think it'd be something that would be interesting to some of the people who watch my channel. But they're way up there, man. I think they got the I can't pronounce that. Uquigvik. I guess they changed it to the indigenous name. It's the northernmost. Very cool. Very cool. Alrighty. Go back to the video.
This is actually floating on the water.
This is floating.
Yes. This is where people hunt ducks over there, but like people launch here for boats. And they catch bearded sea.
And I can tell you as a literal professional on this, because I worked at the Historical Society. It's using the word professional quite loosely. I was an intern, but did a lot of work on this. It was there were only 2 employees there. It was all volunteers and interns. But yeah, they use everything. I think caribou are big. I don't know. But yes, blubber for oil lamps. There's a lot of money in a whale. It was also a very dangerous activity. These whaling ventures would be years long at a time. They were huge. Like the whole city that I'm from. Well, I'm from a town that used to be part of the city and then it split off in the 1850s. But like, because of that, we like don't have our own downtown, my hometown. So it's like, they're like, and nobody knows my hometown. So I say I'm from the city, like whatever.
Seals, walrus.
Any other points of interest?
Have you seen the whalebone arch by the top of the world?
Let's go.
Impressed by everything. He's never seen
we headed to the top of the world and the most famous landmark in town. I just got to see that whalebone real quick while we're here. All right, look at this whalebone. Holy smokes. Looks like a whale face. What part of the whale is this?
Jawbone.
Jawbone?
Yeah.
And they just leave it here.
Yo, it looks like a freaking Mandalorian symbol,
I just got to touch this for myself. Oh, don't touch it?
No. If I were to touch a bone like by itself, it would get foggy.
Okay, so I just did that.
So he just touched it. You got to stop him quicker than that, man. I am superstitious. I was about to say I'm not superstitious, but I'm a little stitious, but I am actually superstitious.
So I ruined it.
I mean, it could happen. I mean, the fog's already rolling in.
Okay, I cursed the entire town. Of course. My bad, Lou. Do you think I caused the fog?
No, I don't think. I mean,
it was pretty unusual timing.
Yeah,
right?
it was very unusual.
Okay. This is the magical whalebone?
And this was probably a big whale too.
Okay.
Really big.
What do you think, like 100 feet long?
No, at least like 60 feet.
Dang, that is huge. Yeah. Okay, 4 scale. That's Lou right in front of the bones. Probably 5-6 times as tall. Lou, we hung out for a couple hours.
Yeah, and actually, there's some more context on that. Like, there's generally these types of superstitions surrounding something that is thought to have like excess, like a lot of spiritual power. And that might not always be like you can't touch its bones. It can manifest in other ways, but like a whale, something so large and so important to the subsistence of a people, is going to have superstitions about it in most cultures, right? The same thing with like a very powerful animal. Like this is why you see so many like apex predators, like a lion or an eagle, that type of thing, made to be the symbols of countries. Like in the US, it's an eagle. In the UK, it's a lion. Or I'm sorry, in England, it's a lion. I think for Scotland, it's a freaking unicorn. Am I misremembering that?
Thank you for giving me a tour. Yeah, is there anything else you'd like to say to the camera?
If you guys ever come to Alaska, come to Barrow. It's nice here. There's a lot of history here.
The unicorn is the national animal of Scotland. I don't know how the hell that happened. Yes, thank you. Mexico is the eagle and the snake. Absolutely. That goes back to the Aztecs. I once visited northern Idaho, and it was breathtaking but lonesome. I didn't even know you'd been to America, man. That's awesome. Yes, that's right on the Canadian border. Probably the most infuriating thing is finding out they had a booming lumber industry and shipping, but for no reason it was cut off. Yeah, I'm sure that destroyed the local economy. There's a weird one here in New Zealand. If a small bird known as a fantail flies inside your house, it's considered bad luck. I don't have no idea how that started. That's weird. Norway is also a lion? Okay. That makes sense. I'm trying to remember if I've ever seen that.
And the people here are nice.
Aaron's back. He picked me up, and we're about to eat some caribou.
We are.
How are you doing? We're about to go eat caribou together.
Yeah, we are.
You prepared this?
Yeah, no, my grandma. She knows.
Okay, shout out grandma.
I used to grow up around here. I grew up around all over in
Kinda
Theroux.
cruise through.
It's just elders' houses, but
Got it.
there's just history in some of these houses where there was like meth cooking involved. And,
Got it.
Cocaine was huge back in the 80s. And it just hurts to see that we have those people here, though. It's just because we are so connected in every way. We know
So there are people living on the streets out here.
We got a homeless shelter, which is
Okay.
It's fine.
It's the gospel mission, right?
Yeah, it's just people
Okay.
just choose to be freaking stupid.
I've seen fentanyl in major cities across the U.S. I know in Anchorage, alcohol's the go-to. What's going on here?
Pretty much what you can name in the cities too. Yeah, alcohol is big up here too because it's like it's hard to get it.
Sure.
You got to order it from the city of Barrow. You got to order that. You got to go pick it up from the distribution center. And this, you got to pay paperwork and all that. So if you're buying it off the shelf or like off a person, like black market, $100 for a bottle.
Bottle of
R&R.
Okay.
R&R, Crown, you name it.
$15 bottle of alcohol on the mainland.
Yeah.
$100 down
So
here.
Pavle made this comment about the industry and everything. Yeah, this is a theme in a lot of Tyler Oliveira's videos, and one of the reasons why I really like it is that we have this huge issue that's going on in these small towns and cities. You know, also in like middle class communities. Like I'm from a smaller town, but I wouldn't call it like a small town in the way that I'm describing right now. It does affect middle class suburban communities as well, like the one I'm from, but it's definitely more of a thing in very small towns and in cities. And it's, I shouldn't say definitely, I can't confirm that with data, but the economic depression is more common in these small towns and in the cities. That's generally the most disenfranchised people in modern America and Canada. And it's bad. And the fact that it's highlighted by things like this so that like people know that it's happening is something that I think is really good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
People still drink though.
Yeah, it's heavy up here.
Is that due to the cold, seasonal depression?
How we use it. It's just not how I'm saying as Native people. It's just how we grew up on it. How we used it as warmth. We used it to get warm. You know, from like early days when we were introduced into European people.
Sure.
That's how they got warm. That's how we did it, and we used it the wrong way.
But they say they lose limbs. I mean, even in that video, the first one, there's someone with a stump. Is that a thing out here, or is everyone housed for the most part?
Everyone's housed, yeah. You got a homeless shelter down the road over here. They know who's there and who's coming in and out. So
got it. Do you think most people like the lifestyle out here, though? If there were a fresh supply of people?
No. People just need to learn how to love each other.
Okay.
It's the way it is, how we were taught. We're all family.
So you're 19. Yeah. Do you see yourself staying here forever?
I see myself coming in and out. I want to start a business here for sure.
Okay.
Help the locals out.
Okay. So we were talking about being very northern recently. But this is extreme because we're far more north. Like we were looking at a place in southern Alaska earlier. The northernmost town in Alaska won't see sun for 67 days come winter. They enjoy the midnight sun. Midnight sun is in sun at midnight, over 80 days of uninterrupted daylight. I don't know if enjoy is the right word. I like it when night happens, you know, like it's a good regulator. I don't know how you stay, like how your body stays regulated when there's no sunlight. Like, I don't think humans are really meant to do that. Obviously they can, but like, yeah, experience is better than enjoy. Like, I get it. People think sun is good in general, but like 80 days of it, that's torture. It's like, I like beer, but 80 beers ain't it, man. That's not it. I can't believe they wrote it like that. Enjoy. I know you didn't write it like that. You copied it over, but like, yeah, that's crazy to phrase it that way.
Jobs going, really urge for the people's life too.
And here's the thing, like the European places like Connecticut, where I'm from, in New England, which is the region that I'm from, it's 6 different states, but they're very small, so we just say New England generally. East of New England, even though we have a temperate climate, we have winter and summer. East of us is Portugal. And the weather in Portugal is way warmer than it is in New England. So you get up to like, you're in high latitudes when you're in Scotland, even though Scotland is actually still more temperate and less cold in general than New England, where I'm from. So once you get up into like Norway and stuff, you're real far north. If you went east from Norway, you're in like southern central Canada. You're very cold. It's like frozen there in Canada, but it's not like that in Europe across.
That's why I want to become a politician.
Okay.
In the future is just
Tell me about the dream. Keep going.
bring a new face in. You know, just
Okay.
That's not
it's
gonna work.
mostly about
I like his
bringing
drive,
back
though.
what I could do for my community and my people, and for what I can do for the world too.
Oh, this is a nice crib. I like the red too.
I like this guy.
Whalebone right there. And look at this. This is Peace Flight here, dude. So you're pretty far out from the rest of town, yeah? Hi. How are you? I heard many good things about you. I'm excited to try caribou.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks good. Is that nice brown to it?
I'm gonna tell you, that does not look good to me.
People never got scurvy
Okay.
or any kind of, diseases from lack of vitamins because of the whale. And yeah.
Okay.
Especially
Yeah, a lot of Inuit people. I think these people would be considered Inuit. I'm not sure though, so don't quote me. But like a lot of Inuit people are living on almost entirely meat diets because where they're living is like frozen. There's not a lot of plants, but they can meet their dietary needs through eating different parts of the meat that you wouldn't get from just eating beef. But since you're eating more fatty animals, you get a lot more of the nutrients. We say Eskimo now. No, I think we used to say Eskimo. I mean, look, you guys could say whatever you want, but you know that on this channel, I'm not going to be offended by people using whatever other terms, but I'm generally going to use either the indigenous term for it, or if the indigenous people are using the whatever other term, it could be from French, English, whatever, then I'm fine with using that. But I generally like to just use, if I can pronounce it, which I can with like American Native Americans in general, I can, but not with the freaking Inuit stuff, not with the northern stuff. That stuff's wild.
Beluga has the most vitamins in that whale.
Let's give it an honest food review here.
Yeah, I figured you were kidding, Bingle.
I like it.
I don't know if the Inuit themselves mind Eskimo. I don't really know. I've never spoken to an Inuit or an Eskimo person, but in general, I just use the indigenous term. That's just my style, though. I don't get offended if people don't.
I'm a big fan. This tastes just like beef. Okay, so before all this modern technology, though, were people wearing fur pelts? Is that how it worked?
Yeah, fur parkas made from caribou.
Okay.
That's how I grew up. And we got a new parka.
In anthropology, obviously I do anthropology, but I'm not like involved in the field of anthropology. But anthropology is a very, very woke field. And I have certain elements of that to me, but I'm not going to get mad about it. I'm not going to woke scold people, if you know what that term means. Like if someone's not being sufficiently woke, which I don't consider myself to be, but if someone's not like using the correct term, I'm not going to get mad at anybody about it. But I do think like, I just evaluate this stuff like case by case. And I just think it's better to call people what they call themselves. So if that is, if they're calling themselves the like Americanized term or the Canadianized term or whatever, then like it's not a big deal. But yeah.
Every year. And new mucklucks every year.
No, Minoan. No, you can't. This is not creative racism. I'm telling you, if you're going to be racist, you got to be more creative with the racism. Can't just throw the N-word on any old word and call it a day. You got to come up with something more specific. I did a thread on this recently. It got like 50,000 views on Twitter.
I grew up in total subsistence.
So when you say total subsistence,
So a note on Louis Theroux versus these people. I'm sorry, I'm pausing it a lot right now, but Louis Theroux does tend to, like Tyler Oliveira goes more in on his own thoughts, and that's just a different style in this. But yes, Louis Theroux will play dumb as hell. He'll play dumb as hell, man. And that's fine. That's his style. And I like both of them.
Grew up like, what does that mean?
Okay, we didn't have any meats in the stores.
Okay.
No fresh eggs, no fresh vegetables.
Ooh.
So every day we had caribou, quail, geese, ducks,
all meats.
fish,
And you
walrus.
would hunt that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I became a hunter. Mike and I.
You were hunting too?
Yeah.
Okay.
He even whaled, but he couldn't.
You killed a whale?
No.
I've been in the boat.
Okay.
We struck and got whale.
Only Alaska natives can strike whales.
It's different times now. When I came up here in 1970, there was one phone for the whole community there, and that was it. No TV, nothing like that. I actually had a place in the community, in the
Oh, he's got a gaming chair. Check that out. That's awesome.
village.
Got
and
it.
It's,
Little house?
but I was adopted by a whaling captain, and he allowed me to join their crew. I got pictures of Amos
All
and
right.
Seal.
Dude, he got adopted by a whaling captain and he was just out there doing it. You don't have stories like these anymore, man. We've lost so much. So much. Ugh.
We're like my parents. When we
Wow,
got
that's
married
sick, yeah.
in Point Hope, they stood in for me. That's the
Whoa, this is a throwback right here.
Yeah.
These were your adopted parents out here?
Yes, and here's another one.
How old were you when you came?
22.
Yeah, 22 when you
Wow.
first went there, I think. Yeah.
Yeah,
Has
yeah,
Barrow
this guy's
changed
white.
for the
His
better
wife
or
isn't,
worse,
though.
in your opinion? You chuckled on that one.
Well, for most of us, it's
Yeah.
been good. There's a few that they've become addicted to alcohol and drugs. That part is very hard to see. For most of us, maybe 90% of us are pretty well sober.
Yeah.
You know, we live a good, healthy life. So, in that sense, there's, like anywhere, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
yeah,
life
because
easier now than it was back then?
I think so.
Dude, I don't even know how you get drugs out here, man. I don't know how you're like, what are they, the drug mules shipping them up there? Like, you can only get there by plane, right? They got a snowmobile route bringing in fentanyl. Good Lord.
So,
Yeah. You guys have lived an interesting
There's
life,
no
I
road
gotta say.
to this place, by the way.
yeah.
Crazy.
I don't know
Should
if
we
I
see
said that out
meme?
loud. Someone said it in the comments, and they're right.
Yeah, these are getting done this
Okay.
side. Yeah.
And what type of meat is this?
This is that urup, which is like 3 times as big as a regular seal.
Okay.
It is a seal.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like you could chew straight through it. You know, I feel like the
Drug
lower
muse
48
mule.
needs a little
Or
bit
drug
more
moose.
self-sufficiency.
Love
You
that.
could take note. Kill your own food, cook your own food, prepare your own food. You guys are surviving if we get hit with an EMP. Everyone in the lower 48, screwed. Good night. You have a very sweet family.
I know.
They're very sweet. You know what I was thinking too? I was trying to be low key.
Probably why
I'm
this
glad
guy's
you
not
ended
on
up as
drugs.
cool as you were, by the way. I was like, I gotta be a little bit more chill out here because.
I know how you talk.
Yeah.
That's how a lot of people get pissed off and all that.
Sure.
I just want.
Yeah, dude. I know how you talk. I wonder if this guy knows his content. Yeah, he's a little bit more, you know, I like it, but I see why, like, you know, I think like woke people don't like him. A lot of me in that, like, he's interested in this type of stuff, but he's not like a lot of people that are interested in this type of thing are like overly woke, overly anthropologized. And, you know, people don't give guys like me and Tyler Oliveira the respect that we deserve.
You'd have the best content.
I want to say I accomplished all my goals coming down here in terms of exploration, except seeing a polar bear. So we'll save that for winter.
That's actually good.
We're gonna go snowmobiling.
And we're gonna go find a polar bear.
And we're gonna go find a polar bear. All right, so that's that one. Oh, I shouldn't have stopped sharing. I meant to just switch it over. We're gonna do. Look, guys, this is the one that I think you want to see. This is the one, boys, and possibly women. Although there's 20 odd people watching right now, and 3% of the watchers of the channel are female. We welcome the women here. Happy to have you. But I can't confirm there are any here right now. What does Tyler Oliveira usually make for content? This stuff. I mean, he goes up and talks to people. I think it's just like the way that he's pretty bold in how he does it. I don't think it's really that bad, but it might appear bad on the surface to certain people who think like that. So this one, man, like I had watched a little bit of this one and I stopped it because I was like, no, I want to watch this on stream. This is the cats. This is the cats thing, right? He's in Springfield, Ohio, inside the Ohio town invaded by cat-eating Haitians. Let's do it. Let's do it. 1 second. I'm gonna start it.
Don't wave at me, you sorry fucking Sam.
sand monkey. That doesn't, this is what I'm talking about, man. Number one, not cool, man. This guy's just coming out of his house. It's not his fault that the U.S. government and whoever NGOs, like, it's not his fault he's there. He's being polite. Hi, neighbor. This guy calls him a sand monkey. I don't even think that's a racial slur. Well, he's intending it as a sort of racial slur, I think, but it doesn't make any sense. Sand? Haitians? Sand? Is Haiti like a desert? Is it sandy there? Yeah, it is pretty, it's pretty fucked. I'm going to say fucked because I'm not going to monetize this video anyway. But like, dude, like, that's not cool. Don't do that. I don't support that. Like, I unequivocally disavow this man. And, geez. But that's the type of stuff we're dealing with. Be more creative with your racism. Also, jokes aside, don't just like be racist at random people. If you're gonna make racist jokes, whatever. But like, that's not cool, man. I don't have to be on my soapbox about racism, but you guys know how I'm feeling. He's misusing the term. There's another demographic where it's more applicable. This guy's just a fucking idiot. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Like, at least be accurate. Like, if you're gonna be racist, at least do some research. Get something that makes sense. I mean, don't do it at all. But if you're gonna do it, don't be racist and incredibly stupid about it. Yeah. Learn about the culture so that you can be more biting, guys. Come on.
There was Haitians in a white.
he's laughing, right? I think that's one of the reasons why people wouldn't like him, like too woke of people. It's kind of funny. Like, it is kind of funny. I think that, like, the situation itself, that this guy is saying this to another actual person, that's not funny. But that situation, like, where, like, it's, you know what I mean? Am I making sense here? Like, it's funny that happened, but I don't like it. Like, I don't think that that's a good thing. I wouldn't do that myself.
Van driving around the neighborhoods collecting cats.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you that Haitians are driving around in a van picking up cats. I don't. I'm going to need more proof than that. Like, this is a rumor they're talking about. I think this spread like crazy. I looked into this. You never make sense. That's part of the fun. Sweet. Look, as long as it's working for me, I'm fine with that. I looked into this. I don't know. Maybe there is specific good evidence of this. There was one video where that woman was apparently eating a cat, but I guess that wasn't a Haitian. That was just a Black American woman, and it was in Ohio, but like a few hours away, which is still crazy. But like, I've seen no real evidence of any Haitians stealing cats. I haven't. I did look into voodoo, like the religion and stuff, and I did find references to animal sacrifice. I knew that there was some of that. I found a few for cats even, and I found some from like 200 years ago about like human sacrifice. But like, I don't know.
Skinning them and eating them.
In my opinion, they're worthless. Bunch of worthless fucking saints.
They're getting thousands of dollars in government assistance.
Dude.
Even the cash
like
assistance
that.
cards. They're calling them the magic money cards because they.
Now this is a thing that I actually think, from what I've seen, probably is happening. That video was of a native drug addicted Ohioan. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I haven't been on any drugs like that, but if I were, I don't want to do any drugs that would make eating a cat something that would make sense. They have to keep the drugs flowing, and the cats are in the way. Good Lord. Literally video of a voodoo ritual. Reading that it exists doesn't tell you enough. Are you saying that we need video of a voodoo ritual for it? I'm not sure what you're saying here. And I also don't know what the MDC is. Catastrophe. Okay, Catman, Catplan, I hope you hang around in the chat as long as possible, because you're throwing out some bangers in the chat here, but let's keep going.
Never run out.
Man, they're nothing but a headache. All they're doing is raising our rent and our taxes and wrecking vehicles.
Everybody wants to.
Now that was a good complaint, as long as it's true. But that's kind of more the stuff I'm looking for. I don't need some jackass calling people sand monkeys. Oh my God, the moose drug cartel. Guys. The moose drug cartel. Oh, there is a video on your channel? All right. Well, remind me to check that out. They said she was native, but that's coming from the same person who said the Rwandan who kitchen knifed a few kids was actually British because he held a passport and a British certificate. Yeah, that doesn't work. You can still be ethnically something and then be nationally something else. I'm not nationally Irish, but I'm ethnically Irish. Nationally is more important. I would still call myself an American and not an Irish person, but yeah. All right.
Make this into a race issue. It's not a race issue. It's culture, it's accountability, and it's respect.
And I like that, right? Because whether or not it's a race issue or whatever, like cultures are different. Cultures are very, very different, right? They're like, if something is culturally acceptable in one culture, it's inherently destabilizing to bring people from that culture into another culture that has different ideas of respect. You posted it on my Telegram chat. Okay, Vingle, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll check that out. I've been slammed with stuff recently. I need to get back to a few people on a few things.
Since June, they took me off. I'm a vet. They took me off of the disability.
You're a veteran, and you're competing with some of the resources they're getting. Who just came in here.
Yeah.
I need some.
Okay, so the thing with what he just said, I'm also a veteran. The veterans benefits, I don't know, maybe there's state benefits as well. I don't think that him being removed from veterans benefits, which are largely federal, is directly related to, like, I don't think he's competing for vet benefits. He was probably taken off benefits for a different reason. But that's all I have to say about it. Like, I don't really believe that guy's telling the full truth. I don't want to attack him too bad, but like, I just, with my experience with that type of thing, I'm skeptical of that claim. Like, it's whatever.
I'm losing my mind.
This is Springfield, Ohio. What was once a small town in Ohio, home to roughly 60,000 working-class Americans, until 20,000 plus Haitian immigrants flooded into town with rumors of them eating the neighbors' cats and local geese.
What did you do? Why'd you kill the cat? Did you eat that cat?
Okay, so this is the woman that was from a different place in Ohio, right?
How would you kill it?
They're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the
Dude, no matter what, that was a funny thing he said. No matter what the truth of it, that was funny that he said it.
cats. They're eating the pets.
And causing car accidents left and right, and driving locals out of their homes by paying above market rental prices with welfare subsidized by the American taxpayer. Are these Haitians eating cats? How did they travel 2,000 plus?
I'm just going to answer this question because I was talking about maybe he was dishonorably discharged. Dishonorably, there's like 5 different types of discharge. If you are dishonorably discharged, which is extraordinarily rare, there's ones above that, like other than honorable, as well as bad conduct. And I think you're ineligible for veterans benefits if you are one of those. But if he had benefits and then lost them, I don't know why that would happen. There's like a bunch of different reasons. It's quite rare for that to happen. But if he had benefits and lost them, then no, he probably wasn't dishonorably discharged. You have to like kill or like sexually assault somebody to get dishonorably discharged, or like very serious fraud. It's very rare. Yeah.
Miles from Haiti all the way to Ohio. And do the locals in their new...
Dude, I know it's off topic. I have to read this. Archaeologists uncovered a moose drug cartel hideout, and now they're planting olive trees over it. Yes, confirmed 100% true. This happened. The archaeologists are hiding the evidence of the moose drug cartel, and they are planting olive trees over it to hide the evidence. They don't want you to know this. This is what they don't want you to know. The archaeological establishment. Guys, we have to stop them.
Haitian neighbors get along? I pulled up to Springfield myself to see if this was real or overblown fake news.
A lot of this is alleged because I truly don't know what's going on, and neither does Twitter. Twitter is relying off of a few images and a few Reddit threads, and there are rumors that Haitians are taking neighbors' cats and eating them. Are you from Haiti by chance? Yeah. Does everyone get along here in Springfield?
Here's one thing I want to say, guys. Just like the Haitians that are taking advantage of government and NGO policies to move them somewhere, I do not hold them, and you guys can have whatever opinion on it you want, but my opinion on it, I don't hold them responsible for that. Like, they are individuals who want better for themselves, for the most part. Of course, there's still these cultural issues of importing people from a very different culture, but like, I don't blame them as individuals for taking advantage of policies that are enacted by much more powerful people. Yeah.
Yes. Good.
Good. Motherfuckers are worthless. Bunch of worthless sand. Yeah.
When did the Haitian neighbors come and move here?
I'm going to say probably 5 months ago.
Okay. I spoke to a few of them in French.
Oh, this guy. This is the guy, man. Okay.
There. Don't wave at me, you sorry sand. I tell them like it is. Man, I don't like them. I don't like them. And
that's not how it is, because they don't live in sand, dude. They're also not monkeys. That part's racist, but I get what he means at least. But what the heck are you talking about, man? This dude has never been to Haiti. Neither have I, but I know it's not sand. I'm gonna buy this dude an atlas. Let him take a read.
And I want him to know I don't like them. Pack up and
Why?
move back
Why?
to Haitieville, where the fuck you're from.
Why did you come here to Springfield?
In Springfield, pour me venir travailler, me chercher la vie meilleure. Moi, c'est haïtien.
Okay.
Des ans ça que me Springfield.
Okay.
Dude, and look, man, Haiti is fucked. It's absolutely screwed up. Like, I don't blame them for wanting to leave.
Do you plan on living here for much longer?
Yeah.
Yeah. I heard there were rumors of Haitians eating the neighbors' cats.
Wait, Pavle, there was a black Ohio guy who went to the city hall and talked about how he recorded 4 hours of footage of Haitians crashing cars and taking pets from neighbors' homes. I need to see this type of thing. But like apparently the stuff about from what I've seen about like the giving out of driver's license when they probably shouldn't have them seems somewhat real. And what's weirder is that it seems like people are hiding it. And that's a problem. Very real problem.
And a Canadian goose. Is that true or completely false?
No. Même pas. Nous pas au courant de ça.
Okay.
M'pa di bagay mais moi pas au courant. Et tout m'pa quoi ça tout.
Okay.
M'pa quoi ça tout. Peut-être mon qui doit avoir un problème d'éducation qui fait faire ça mais m'pa quoi. C'est vraiment difficile pour ça t'arriver.
Okay.
We've lost a whole bunch of cats. There was a van pulled over that had over 100 cats in it with the Haitians. They said they was eating them.
Actually?
Yeah.
Not fake news.
Not fake news.
So a van was collecting cats and eating them.
I watched it happen, yeah. Watched them get pulled over with the cats and admit to the police that they was eating them.
You're not joshing with me.
Yeah, no. Vingle. So yeah, trust the Haitian guy on this. I mean, he has to get like, I'm glad he gets the different perspective, but like, just because that guy's Haitian and he's saying like, that Haitian guy is saying that's crazy. If this kind of stuff is happening, I assume that it is a subpopulation of Haitians. Like there's like 20,000 of them apparently that have moved in there. It doesn't surprise me that one guy wouldn't know about it or that he would want, he also could be lying, but I don't think he's lying. He could be, I don't know, but I don't think that him not knowing about it means that it's not happening, right? Not necessarily. And yeah, the Haitian voodoo is real and it happens all over Haiti. Yes, like that is a cultural practice. It comes from Yoruba in West Africa where it also still happens. Yeah.
I'm almost 50 years old, buddy. You don't
mess around.
No.
Twitter is saying the Haitians are eating cats and can't drive. Is that true?
He starts with eating cats and then goes to get drives. They get food stamps. Apparently, yes.
True or no?
No.
No? Okay.
I believe it. Like, I've heard rumors about them taking...
Notice she says, I believe it. No one here is actually like... None of these people have said, like, I've seen it myself. It's like all rumors. And I get it. Like, those rumors come from somewhere, but that's not, like, evidence to me. Food stamps, don't buy Friskies.
the geese and killing them and eating them. So I try to stay clear away.
I have seen pictures of that.
I've even heard about them eating the eggs over there. So I'm like, okay, that's kind of disturbing. Not.
There he is. This is your guy right here?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
bro, if you're scared about people coming around stealing cats, you have an inside cat now. Okay. That's crazy. Why are you letting him outside?
Far, so good. I haven't had no issues, but they kind of know us.
And are they chill?
They're all right, I guess. I don't pay no mind to them.
You know, and they're everywhere.
None of these, right, and that's what I'm saying. None of these people have said, I've seen it myself. And that's a bigger claim than just hearing rumors. Like, rumors are not always true. Sometimes they are. Sometimes they're rooted in truth, not true themselves. But, like, no one has said, I've seen this happen.
In apartments that the landlords make the people move out so they can rent to the Haitians to get more money. You know, it's bullshit. You know, you go to the grocery store, there's no fucking groceries. You know, they give them
Smeagol, I'm with you.
$3,000.
Voodoo is real. People practice it. Santeria is real. People practice it. Yoruba is real. People practice it. But the cat thing is weirder because voodoo doesn't generally, I found references to it in historical documents and stuff about cats specifically. I have found that. but like it's not. It's a weird jump. If it were goats, I would believe it immediately because I have a lot of precedent for something like a goat or a chicken. This happens to chickens all the time. But
$1 a fucking month plus food stamps. I'm an American, just like you.
Yeah.
And these motherfuckers come from Haitianville, wherever the they're from, and they get everything. They get their medical care paid and everything. You know, it's bull.
Where are they getting the money?
The government. They said it's a fucking program for them to
for like migrants, like asylum seekers.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they're like roaches, man.
Yeah, I get along with them as long as they don't go pulling their crazy machetes when they're out mowing their grass with it.
Have they brought out machetes?
Oh yeah, that's how they trim their yard.
They're trimming their yards with machetes. They're trimming their yards with machetes. See, this is one of those cultural differences that we're talking about. People in America should not be trimming their yards with machetes. I'm sorry, man. You got to get a lawnmower or like not a scythe. There's like another thing. Like, but people, this is a real cultural difference. Like, I'm sure that's normal over there, but that's the kind of cultural difference I don't want here. I know it's kind of minor compared to the other stuff, but trimming your yard with a machete, there's got to be like an intake and be like, hey guys, you can't do that.
Actually?
Yeah, it surprised me they let them all in, but I think that if they're going to come in, they should be legal and not illegal, and I don't see why they're giving them all this money and everything like that when our people are the ones suffering for all this, for them coming in. I'm getting ready to be homeless. They're getting ready to sell my house because of the Haitians.
Do you think a Haitian will move in?
Yeah, they're coming Wednesday to look at it.
Actually?
Yeah, and when they buy this house, we'll both be out here on the streets. We ain't got nowhere to go. We're on fixed income.
Are Haitians paying rent? Are they paying their bills? Are they being paid to live here?
They're being paid to live here. I don't see why they'd have to pay rent if they're being paid to be here.
Who's paying them?
The government. Okay. And that's our biggest issue too, is they're taking our schools over and they're running the Americans out of our own countries, it feels like.
This country has gone to hell. 12 motherfuckers that live there, and there's another 7 or 8 lives right here in this corner house.
And that door, yeah.
And 4 of them just moved in here. They ain't in there.
Do you think you'll sell the house to a Haitian family one day?
Hell no. I wouldn't give them motherfuckers the sweat off my balls if he's dying of thirst.
The sweat off my balls if he's dying of thirst.
For real, man. I am fucking sick of them. You know, I don't give a fuck if they put a Haitian in every fucking house. I'll be the only white person here.
Twitter is saying that Haitians are kidnapping the neighbors' cats and eating them.
It's our job.
Is that true or false? I gotta ask the hard questions here.
I don't know.
No.
No.
Okay. Why is everyone coming here?
Haïtien vient ici pour travail, mais manger chat, non.
Not to eat
Parce que,
cats.
non, pas manger chat, non, chat, non. Si nous besoin de viande, manger viande, aller dans Walmart, non acheter, mais manger chat, Haïtien, pas manger chat.
Okay. Why did you leave Haiti?
Moi, j'ai quitté Haïti parce que, dans le moment, le pays, il y a un petit genre qui a un problème politique, il y a des autres qui
Dude, that's
passé.
an understatement. There was trouble.
Quitter jusqu'à ce que ça arrangé pour me retourner dans le pays.
Barbecue? Civil war? Like,
Moi, par contre, il n'y a rien de monde, seulement j'ai un problème, mais c'est déplacé. Mais je ne pas aucun nom de personne soit qui a fait ça.
Okay. Okay, so just family and friends told him to come here to Springfield? Could you ask him that?
Yeah, his friend.
I see. Okay. Merci.
Oh, he didn't even ask.
Okay.
He knew.
I don't eat cat.
Okay, she clarified, I don't need cat.
See how that trash can is right there?
Right there, yep.
Okay, every Haitian house you go around, it's honestly filled to the brim. There's trash that leaks out.
Okay, so I don't believe her that she even believes that Haitians are eating cats if she's leaving her cats out. Like, is that, am I wrong on that? But like, if you think that's happening, either you hate your cat or you don't actually believe that that's a real threat. Is that like bad logic? Isn't Burma in the same kind of state? I don't think Burma's that bad as them on like rate of violence. In the past 6 years, the U.S. government has enacted legislation. It wasn't illegal before that. They didn't make that illegal before then.
onto the corner.
Clarified, I don't need cat.
See how that trash can is right there?
Right there, yep.
Okay, every Haitian house you go around, it's honestly filled to the brim. There's trash.
What is that's such a that's so minor compared to the other stuff. Like the trash in their bin is overflowing. It didn't even look that bad. Look at this. It's full, it's over full, and there's one bag next to it. So what, dude?
Okay, every Haitian house you go around, it's honestly filled to the brim. There's trash that leaks out onto the corner everywhere, but we're expected to live clean environment. And then on top of that, with the rise of
I don't think anyone was going to come to your house if your trash was overfilling.
immigrants and they get assisted living freely, it makes it harder for people like me or somebody else who doesn't get assisted living to find affordable housing.
Are they driving the housing costs?
That's fair. That if they are getting government assistance, which from what I've seen they are, I don't know how much, but like that's a fair complaint because then there's a severe disadvantage for the people who are from this place, and that's awful. They're being like forced out.
It's up around here?
Yeah. Like nobody.
Big time?
Yeah, like.
What are we talking?
Okay. Honestly, in my opinion, it'll be a surprise if I don't get kicked out so they can boost up the rate on this place. They'll probably fix it.
I see.
Get it where it's looking better and boost the rate up on it. They pay $1,200 a month.
How much money does the government give you per month?
Pero el first step me doy como primera vez te pusieron como 500, segunda 300.
Wait a minute.
Primera vez
per month.
Pero el first step
food
me
stamps.
doy como primera vez te pusieron como 500,
$500 in food stamps,
segunda
and then
300.
$300. Is that per month?
¿Cuántos Haitians vive aquí en las 2 años?
No tengo
You speaking Spanish?
un mensual, pero yo nuevo por ahí.
Okay. ¿De dónde eres?
En Haití.
Haití?
Sí.
¿Cuántos meses vive aquí?
Tengo 2 meses.
¿Dos?
Sí.
Did anyone tell you to come here to Springfield, Ohio?
Sí.
Did a friend tell you to come move here for a job? How did you learn about Springfield?
Yo tengo mi padres por ahí.
Okay. How much is it to rent an apartment here in Springfield? How much do you pay for rent?
Pero todavía yo no pagué, pero yo vivo con mi padre, mensual cada mes 700.
Is anyone eating cats out here?
No.
Okay. Falso.
Falso.
Falso información. Okay. Do you know many other Haitians here?
Yes.
Yeah. Big community?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. And why are so many Haitians coming here to Springfield in particular?
Apil haïtien vini sit lan, c'est parce que yo di sit lan gen job haïtien, debi li vini la ka travay, ça vin permettre que gen l'autre haïtien qui vini. C'est raison ça qui fait apil haïtien vini lo ici.
Okay. Thank you.
Also, if you want to support our boots on the ground, independent journalism that is not bought and paid for by corporate interests, along with uncensored early access to all my videos before they go up on YouTube, and exclusive DLC content that YouTube won't let me upload, go subscribe at patreon.com/Tyler Oliveira for less than $5 a month.
How long have you lived here?
This one.
How much?
Springfield is the head of the Moose Drug Cartel. They wouldn't believe it. That's why they put it there, because you wouldn't believe that the Moose Drug Cartel is in Ohio. That's definitely what's happening. Just having to have this conversation is ridiculous. You're entirely right. It's absolutely beyond ridiculous.
Money does the government give you per month?
Non. Avant, oui, maintenant non. Non, avant, j'étais con bon pour le moment, non, ma travail.
Ah. Is it true that the Haitians are eating the neighbor's cats?
Oh.
No? Información falso?
Ouais, on va connaître ça.
Okay. Do they not?
I don't know anything about that. Is the kind of answer you give when you don't want to talk about something. I don't know. Maybe that's a translation thing, but that was a little sketchy. The other ones didn't give sketchy answers.
Collect the trash?
To chaque lundi, yo ramasse le patel.
Okay. Why did you leave Haiti?
Non, m'a cherché la vie, m'a pas venu ici à direct. Chercher la vie pour ça, m'a ici.
Ah, okay. Merci beaucoup. All right, bye-bye. We got a cat right there, unaffected. He's chilling, not eating.
Chilling?
It's ridiculous. They
Yeah.
can't even take care of the American citizens before they're bringing in waves and waves of immigrants. And then look at it. There's so many people that...
And that's a valid complaint, right? Like, the government is not taking care of American citizens, and then they're bringing in new people. We have all of these problems here, more than maybe not ever before, but as far as I can tell, it seems really bad. But yeah.
veterans, mostly white people that are homeless, living on the streets, has nothing to eat. But these people have brand new houses, brand new cars. I'm having a hell of a time finding a job because they want the Haitian. They're getting thousands of dollars in government assistance. I worked retail before I lost my job back in April. When I do transactions, I can see what comes across on certain cards. I'm not trying to be
Oh, this is a good insider here.
nosy. I don't want to know what you get, but when a Haitian comes through and spends $500 in food stamps and still has $5 grand on their food assistance card.
What? What? Did you hear what she just said? They spend $500 and there's $5 grand on the card? Right. Yeah, housing shortage, bring more immigrants in and pay their rents. Makes a lot of sense. That'll help us. God, that's crazy. I didn't think food stamps worked like that. I don't think they're supposed to work like that.
$5 grand?
$5 grand. Would you like to know what the Haitians are calling the food assistance cards?
Tell me.
Even the cash assistance cards. They're calling them the magic money cards because they never run out. I'm homeless. I'm jobless. I'm sleeping on friends' couches.
Now, okay, $5 grand on their food assistance. I don't think she would know how much money someone else has on their account. I think if it works the same way as a gift card, which I think like administratively it would as a retail cashier, you would see the balance on the card like that. Not for a checking account, but for a card that's ran like a gift card, which maybe it is, maybe it isn't, you would see the balance.
Because I can't get government assistance because I come from the wrong country, apparently.
Y'all get along out here or what?
We don't socialize with them that much. Okay. I mean, they walk up and down the street, they do their little thing. That's it, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never been on food
lived out here in Springfield.
Oh, I've lived in Springfield all my life. I'll be 60 in 2 weeks.
When did all the Haitians come in?
About 5 years ago, maybe. Okay. And when they packed, they hit this neighborhood hard.
Why? And Catman Cat Plan is confirming this. So now we have 2 people saying that. So that's something.
Outrageous rent. They went through, they painted them, cleaned them up a little bit, rent them to them, and they pay the rent.
I heard on Twitter that cats are getting kidnapped. Is that true?
Yes, my mom actually seen a post on Facebook. There was
my mom saw a post on Facebook. This is not the hard-hitting evidence we're looking for here, everybody.
Haitians in a white van driving around the neighborhoods collecting cats.
I don't believe
skinning them and eating them.
I don't believe you that there was a van of Haitians driving around. I need to see that. Look, if there's any evidence of that, I get it. But someone saying that someone else saw a post on Facebook is about a 0 on the evidence scale for me. Like, if I were to think of playing a joke like that, that is more creative than I could be. Yeah, there's Haitians driving around in a van. I heard about it. They're driving around, they're skinning the cats. Like, what are you talking about, man? That's, if it happened, if there's evidence of it, okay, this is not that.
Snyder Park, our actual park. If a Haitian is caught walking the grounds down there, they can get arrested because they're going down there and they're killing the Canadian geese so they can take them home and eat them.
I wouldn't be.
They're banning Haitians from a park because they're killing the geese. I believe that more than the cats. I've still only seen one picture of a person who's black, I don't even know if they're Haitian, carrying a goose. I saw that, a dead goose by the neck. And people eat geese, I guess. I think, again, cultural difference. You shouldn't do it in a public park. You got to get a hunting license and go out somewhere else. Actually, not only should you not, it's illegal to do, so don't do it. But like, yeah.
Surprised because we used to have a lot of cats around here, and especially down here at the end of the street, that lady had probably 50 of them. Now she's lucky to have 5. And the geese down.
I'd like to hear from that lady then. That might be something. But also, someone should not have 50 cats. You're not taking care of cats well if you have 50 of them.
Park, they're declining, so I don't know if they're eating them too. I guess it's supposed to be their natural habitat or something, or whatever.
Yeah. What did he say? Natural habitat?
And the geese down at the park, they're declining, so I don't know if they're eating them too. I guess it's supposed to be their natural habitat or something, or whatever.
Yeah. Do you think this could come to another American town near you?
This could come everywhere, man.
Yeah. Is the future of America?
I hate to say it, but probably so. The Mexicans take it up for the blacks, and the blacks taking it up for the Mexicans is odd.
Interesting.
My country is going down.
What did he say? Mexicans and blacks? I don't understand what he just said.
Is the future of America?
I hate to say it, but probably so. The Mexicans take it up for the blacks.
Is he saying sticking up for or take it up from?
Of America?
I hate to say it, but probably so. The Mexicans take it up for the blacks, and the blacks taking it up for the Mexicans is odd.
Interesting.
My country's going down, and I can't wait.
Future of America?
I hate to say it, but probably so. The Mexicans take it up for the blacks, and the blacks taking it up for the Mexicans is odd.
I don't know what he's saying. Like, is he saying that the blacks are sticking up for the Mexicans? Like, that is odd. There's usually a lot of tension between Hispanic and black communities. But I don't know what he's even in reference to. I guess we'll just move on.
Interesting.
My country's going down, and I can't wait till Trump gets back in there.
90% of the auto accidents are
this.
Haitian involved.
Okay.
And I've almost gotten hit by several of them walking because I walk a lot, and they're going the wrong way down one-way streets, and they think they own the streets. And when they got chased out, he hit the curb. When they got chased out, she heard
on video. I wonder if that's a Haitian person not driving well. This is the one that has the most evidence to it, is the giving out of driver's license when they probably shouldn't be driving. And also there's a cultural difference in what is acceptable driving.
one of them say it, and it was actually in English.
Look at them, it's blasted.
Notice that's a newer car, and it has no hubcaps on it, which is very weird.
What the fuck?
They've knocked down my grandmother's fence.
Yeah.
That brick wall back there, they've drove into it.
Why?
They've hit cars around here. I mean, they cannot drive. Whoever's giving them driver's license ought to have theirs taken off.
But look, every time a country moves in.
Oh, wait a minute. You're saying that picture? There was a picture of a man wearing a blue shirt. He was simply collecting 2 geese that had been struck by a car. I see no problem with that. If that's what actually happened, that's good. If, nothing wrong with eating geese. I mean, people eat ducks. I haven't heard as much about people eating geese. If you're hunting them in a public park, that's different. But yeah.
Into another country, talk about we're taking over, that leads to war.
100%.
Like, when you have the old black dude siding with the old white redneck, and they're talking about joining teams, that's when...
Oh, now I see what they're talking about. They're talking about Mexicans, whites, and blacks, all American Mexicans. I assume he meant Hispanics in general, but Hispanics, blacks, and whites who are sticking together against new immigrant Haitians. I think that's what he meant now.
When everything is going to go downhill, and it's going to go downhill quick.
Real. We all know about the neo-Nazis just a couple weeks ago being down, and I ain't.
Those are feds. I could be wrong on this one, but I see that, and I see fed.
Saying that it's right, and I ain't saying it's wrong. But look, let's think about it. I'm 36 years old, and in 36 years, that's the first time I've ever seen the neo-Nazis rally in our city.
Feds. But at the same time, we'll say maybe not feds, maybe regardless of if they're feds or not. I think that those people seeing that picture, knowing a little bit about what that group was, I think those are feds. But at the same time, this type of situation, when people can't afford to live, to work, to stay in their homes, that is prime territory for extremist groups and violence to take over. And that is something that, regardless of people's opinions on it and everything, that's something you got to watch out for.
My mom.
I just had a little Southern come in. That's what you got to watch out for.
Mom was telling me she was coming home the other night and seeing a carload.
And by the way, I'm from Connecticut, but I moved around quite a bit. I spent about half my life up until I was 22 in North Carolina. But my accent is generally the preppy New England.
Of Klan members.
Klan members.
Yes.
It's just full on war going down right now.
Is the
That's
Ku Klux
what it's
Klan even
coming
still
to.
around?
And it's all going to be against the same people.
Yo quiero hablar contigo sobre migración de muchas Haitians a Springfield. ¿Sí posible?
Sí.
¿De dónde eres?
Haití.
Haití. Ok. ¿Cuántos meses vive aquí?
Un mes.
¿Qué es la razón que vive
Very
aquí?
recent. A lot of them.
Yo no vivo por acá. Yo tengo sobrino que vive ahí. Yo venía a visitar.
¿Visitan? ¿Cuántos dólares tú recibes cada mes del gobierno?
No, todavía, porque yo tengo el proceso, pero...
Okay, so he hasn't gotten anything yet, but he's in the process. So he's maybe going to and has.
No me manda todavía, estoy aquí.
Oh, ¿nada? Nada. ¿Cómo es posible que...
Well, he also said he was in the process of it. He's trying to, and that assumes that he can. Yeah, I also didn't know that many Haitians spoke Spanish. I knew that Tyler Oliveira spoke decent Spanish. I don't know what his background is. I don't know if he's Hispanic or Oliveira maybe Italian. I'm not sure.
Vive en las casas con nada dinero.
Aquí yo no sabe nada. Yo vengo a visitar a una persona. Yo no vivo para acá.
Okay, ¿por qué tú manejas el coche con mucho
we talked about Haitian
rápido?
Creole
No fui yo que
semi-recently.
estaba manejando.
Mucho rápido en
The
ese
linguist,
street.
yes.
No estaba manejando, es mi primo.
Ah, ok. ¿Es cierto que personas comen los gatos o no?
No sé.
No, ok, lo siento. Gracias por tu tiempo. I'm trying to interview locals out here and hear their thoughts about the Haitians that have moved in.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I lived here for 24 years.
Yeah.
I lived in LA for 38 years.
Got it.
It is causing probably some problems.
This is the first, like, I don't want to like trash on the other people in the video, like, you know, based on their appearances and everything. But like, I want to be careful with what I'm saying here. I don't want to insult anybody, but like, you know, you got to judge, like, people judge people by how they look, how they present themselves, what they say. But this is like the first, and I want to hear from like a wide range of people, but this is like the first guy I see who presents himself in a way that, that like, it's number one, not that I don't believe what the other people were saying, but like, and also that his life and him being more clean cut and everything, he maybe isn't as affected by this type of thing than some of the other people they showed. But like, yeah, first normal dude say it. Like, I don't want to use the term normal, but like, this is the first guy that's like, seems like a middle-class put together dude. And yeah, like, I don't want to say he's more credible. He does. That's my first reaction, right? Is that this guy does seem more credible than those other people. Not that you shouldn't listen to the other people, but the context of like their experience is within like the context of where they're living. And like how they're living. But you know, this is why I like Tyler Oliveira, is because he gets the perspective from a wide range of people. Like this is a guy who you get his perspective, you get the perspective of maybe the more lower class, white people, as well as other races, and the Haitians. You get like a wide range of how people are perceiving this situation. And that's, I think, very important. And in a lot of places you wouldn't hear from even a normal-ish, like middle-class white guy like this. You wouldn't hear from them, much less like the lower-class white people that like nobody gives a crap about what they think in most situations.
Personally noticed it because it took me months on end to find an apartment to live in.
Sure. The available housing supply has gone down and the prices have gone up, or what?
I'm not 100% sure about the prices going up. I mean, I hear rumors that...
And he's more calculated in his answers, right? Like he pauses for a moment there. He's like, what can I really say? Whereas the other people, they seemed very comfortable with being like, oh, I've heard these rumors my mom saw on Facebook, and I hear that. And I'm like, that doesn't... Like, I can't do much with that.
There's landlords ripping off some of the Haitian people, you know, like trying to put multiple families in a house and charging them too much money. I don't know.
And that's the first time we've heard that. So I'm glad they're talking to this guy. But again, that's a rumor, though. That's a rumor he's heard about, like, overcharging people.
I don't know if that's true. It's just stuff I've heard. But yeah.
And he said, I don't know if that's true. I love this guy. Don't hate, spelled H-A-I-T. Don't discriminate. Yeah, thank you very much for the donation. Catman Plan. I'm going to leave that one up. That's a good one. Yeah, thank you for the donation. Please like the video as well. We're going to do another video after this. We did Alaska. We did the Ohio caddying stuff. And then we're going to do Hawaii. Very similar.
Yeah, it has affected the market because, you know, like I said, I couldn't even get anybody to call me back for months. Couldn't tell you. I haven't had any problems with anybody. I can tell you that. Again, no cat eating.
How you doing, sir? What's your name?
Pavon.
Pavon. Oh, you own this?
Yeah.
You'd be a great person to talk to, then.
Yeah, for sure.
We've heard a lot of the Haitians that have moved here recently come here often.
Yeah.
What's going on here in Springfield?
There's just like an influx of the population in the Haitian community. I mean, they're protected status here, so they're just like, I mean, obviously I've filled up the town with it, and yeah, that's where we're at right now, pretty much.
You own this laundromat?
Yeah, so my dad owns this laundromat. I own the sneaker store next to it, so I run both things right now. So yeah.
Are your customers primarily Haitian? What's the split?
Before, I would say the last like 2-3 years, I mean, primarily whoever was in town, but yeah, there's a huge influx in, the Haitian community. That's like primarily our...
Dude, you can't bring in over 2 or 3 years. The number I've seen is 20,000 people, And I think that number came from like a legit source. I'm not going to look it up and, stop the flow of the stream and everything to confirm that. But like, I just, like, that's crazy. You can't do that and not expect huge problems. That's inherently destructive and chaotic.
For like customers like nowadays. So yeah, I will say there's 100% a divide in our town. Thing is, like, I just hope.
JC, all right, I am interrupting the flow of the show. There was a time, and I get this all the time. I get hate from both sides all the time. I also have viewers from all different sides, which is really what I like, right? But there was a day, and I loved this. I thought it was the funniest thing ever, and the best thing for my like my brand and everything. I was called a white supremacist and a hard R lover. Actually, not just a white supremacist. I was called a Nazi, which is like, if you're going to call me a white supremacist, I'm not, number one. But like, if you're going to call me that, I guess you can stretch the definition. But I'm not a Nazi. That's insane. And I was called a hard R lover on the same day, in Nazi and hard R lover, by two different people on the same day. And I refresh that post on Twitter every once in a while because I think that's the best thing in the world. And the fact that the most extreme people on both sides think that I'm the worst thing from the other side, good. Fuck you. Don't watch my shit.
Hope that whatever you guys do cover, something good comes out of it, right? Like in the next 5 to 6 years, hopefully there's some sort of unity between everybody. Hopefully there's some sort of change. That's the biggest thing, like, I feel like you guys should cover. Just some sort of like way to bring people together. This is the guy you want to talk to.
How you doing, man? We're filming a YouTube video. We're trying to see what's going on here.
This is a guy. Big
Wait,
guy
you running for mayor? Oh yeah, I tried to find you. I know who you are.
So out of pure luck, I met up with Anthony Harris, the guy who went viral for giving this speech at Springfield's town hall.
These Haitians are running into trash cans. They're running into buildings. They flipping cars in the middle of the street. They're in the park grabbing up ducks by their neck and cutting their head off and walking off with them and eating them like.
And who's been going live on Facebook documenting the constant car crashes from the new Haitian drivers. We headed to the BMV to see how the Haitians are getting driver's licenses.
Did you say BMV?
In cars so quickly after moving here.
This is what I want to know, because I think this one's like very
Question
legit.
for y'all. What are your thoughts on the Haitians?
Oh, he's with the dude. He's with the dude.
They can't drive? This guy right here, my Haitian dude. Yo, bonjour.
He got a cat right beside him.
He got a cat right beside him.
Do not. Stop, bro. Stop. Do not.
You said that shit, not me.
Dude, the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. That makes sense. This is the guy Pavle was talking about. Okay, sweet. You still around, Pavle? Bro. So a thing for the non-American listeners and watchers here, in America, black people are given way more leeway to say offensive things about other races than white people are. So like, it's much more socially acceptable for a black person to come out and be like, these Haitians are eating the cats and stuff. Like, people, like, especially the people who are going to be offended by like offensive things, they're not going to like, that like breaks their brain. They're like, it's a black guy. He's allowed to say whatever he wants, but like, he's saying something offensive about another race. But if a white guy said the same thing, they'd jump down his throat and take away his bank account and whatever.
You take that back. I knew.
I'll take that back. Bro, come on, bro. We be playing, bro. There's nothing wrong with some jokes.
Let's go see what's up.
Agreed.
How y'all doing? Question for you. Do you know how the Haitians are getting driver's license? Can they transfer their license from Haiti, or?
No, they cannot transfer.
Do they have to undergo the same test?
Yo, that pause. They have to undergo the same test, and she's like, let's see.
I'm not allowed to answer.
I'm not allowed to answer. You, as a government employee, are not allowed to answer a question about a public government thing. All right, that's crazy, dude. Number one, no. If you're a government employee, everything that you do should be completely open. That's ridiculous. But the fact that she preemptively says, I'm not allowed to answer that. So someone told her that she's not allowed to answer the process by which people are getting public documents. That is insane. Completely not okay in any way. That is ridiculous. And the assumption there is that they're getting some sort of special treatment. Because if it was the same as everyone else, she would have answered that immediately. You're not allowed to say it. That is disgraceful, man. This is
Personal questions outside of the office.
that is not a personal question. That is not a personal question. That is a public question.
Well, okay. You know what they have to do?
That's not personal.
I
Okay.
really don't know. No, but I know they're getting them quick.
They're getting them quick, right? We can ask.
Sir, you are not allowed to take pictures in here, sir. Sir.
And the
You're not allowed to take pictures inside of a government building? Are you serious?
oh, go inside. Sorry. Are they able to transfer their licenses from Haiti to here?
No, not without taking the test. But that's the only question I can answer.
That's the only question I can answer. Now he's in the DMV. It's not just a presumed worker who claimed to be a worker, even though she's outside the DMV. Why wouldn't you believe her? But I'm talking about levels of evidence here. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. And that is crazy. You should answer. It should be part of your goddamn job as a worker of the government to answer any questions that someone comes in and says. And there is no reason why you should be banned for. You can go into a city hall in the United States, open carrying a firearm if it's otherwise illegal, and take as much video as you want, because this is supposed to be America. Good Lord.
Do you know how the Haitians are getting their driver's license so fast?
I do not.
Okay. All right, that's all I got for you.
I wish I knew.
Are they driving pretty good out here or what?
No.
No?
I do why they put their car in.
Why is that, do you think?
You don't know how to drive in general.
Okay.
Like I see them driving over there, trying to learn how to drive, but I don't think they have to drive at all.
Okay.
I don't even think they should have a license. No lights when they be driving around, and nothing.
Do you think it poses a threat to public safety?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Man, they're nothing but a headache. All they're doing is raising our rent and our taxes and wrecking vehicles, and there's just been nothing.
See, and these are legitimate complaints. This isn't a guy calling some people sand monkeys for some reason. This is a guy who's like, they're raising our rents. They're like, and it's right. They're not doing it, but whoever is being brought in, that economic impact, you cannot bring 20,000 people from anywhere into a community of 60,000 people. You can't increase the population by a third in a few years and then expect it not to destroy the local economy and cause many people, especially the most vulnerable working class people, insane amounts of trouble. It's inherently chaotic. No place can sustain that type of thing. It's too much. And I love how this guy answers, right?
Nothing but a headache. All they're doing is raising our rent and our taxes and wrecking vehicles.
I don't know
and
about
there's
taxes.
just been nothing but a hassle
Vehicles
since they've
seems
been
to be
here.
legitimate.
It's been horrible.
How would you rank their driving from 1 to 10?
A -10. They're horrible.
Do you have to take a driving test here? Oui?
Habla español.
Español, sí. ¿Cómo es posible que recibir tu licencia muy rápido?
No, es que por ahora no sé, es que lo que necesito viene acá para preguntar por la información.
Okay. Okay, all right. Gracias.
So, with more confusion gained than answers explaining how...
Oh, wait a minute.
Okay.
Que necesito viene acá para preguntar por la información.
Okay.
Oh, this guy doesn't even know because he hasn't been there yet.
So, with more confusion...
Dude, that's crazy. Cinder blocks.
Para preguntar por la información.
Okay. Okay, all right. Gracias.
So, with more...
Dude, I mean, we don't know that a Haitian did that, but like, the door frame fell off. I didn't even know that was possible. Huh.
Confusion gained than answers explaining how these Haitians are passing their driver's tests, I headed down to the Springfield Welfare Center where Haitians are apparently clogging the lines for locals, exhausting the town's resources, and overwhelming the employees.
Question. Where are you guys from? Haiti? Haiti? Okay. How many Haitians do you think will come out here in line today? That's what we're trying to...
I'll say 80% of the people that come out.
And then the American guy is like, he's not having it. He's like, the Haitians didn't seem to want to talk to him, but this guy's not having it.
Here will be Haitian.
Okay. How long you been here in Springfield?
I've been here for 7 years now. What takes so long is because they've got
weird.
only 2 lines that they serve people
hours.
in there, sometimes 3. And on all 3 of those, they got interpreters for each one, right? When it'll go a lot faster if you had 1 line for people that like...
Right. Segregate the lines. That's what we're doing. Let's get some segregation in here. Get the Haitians their own line.
didn't, speak English that well, and then have another line for people that can go through the line faster. Because a lot of times they'll have paperwork with them and stuff. They won't have it in order.
We tried the split line for a while. It ended up being less efficient for everybody.
Yeah. Is this about as long as it gets these days?
This is a normal Monday. Yeah, we've had worse, but...
Francois? English? No.
Standing in line 30 minutes, they might only just serve 4 or 5 people.
Got it. How many people do you think will come here this Monday?
This Monday? Yeah. I'm telling you, out of this Monday, I figure at least they might see 5, honey.
What do you think the split is between new Haitians that have come in here and Springfieldian OGs, if you will?
Springfieldian OGs.
I don't know too much about all...
Observationally, what have you seen?
9 to 1 easy.
Like, I'm just here because...
Wait, he said 90. The black guy said 80.
I don't know too much about all...
Observationally, what have you seen?
9 to 1 easy.
Like, I'm just here because I'm just trying to get them to clear a medical card.
Are the systems stressed right now in Springfield? Can they handle the amount of people coming in?
No, they really can't.
Dude, like these places, like it's especially large. Like it would be the public, the public services like this are set up to serve people like over time. Like people mostly get their driver's license when they're young, in their teens into their 20s. Like that's like an initial thing. That's the biggest, most time-consuming thing the DMV gets. So when you have 20,000 people coming in at one time, all trying to get driver's license, it's like a way bigger deal. But regardless, even if it's like general services that increase their workload 33% over a few years, how could they handle that unless they were completely overstaffed prior to this? And the answer is they don't handle it. And everybody's life is worse off because of it. And that sucks.
Been trying to get just a simple Medicaid card since June. They took me off I'm a vet. They took me off of
Oh, so he wasn't talking about veterans benefits. He was talking about benefits in general. Medicaid is not a veterans benefits for those outside the US. There are veterans benefits and then there's just general federal benefits, but it's also a federal benefit. So it's not like he's competing with people from Springfield, as far as I know, with Haitian or otherwise for those benefits. They're judged nationally, federally.
The disability and made me start paying for my own disability. And I don't know why they took me off, but so I
agree,
had to
Cliff.
give them proof of income and disabilities and stuff. I gave them all that. They still ain't did nothing.
So you're a veteran and you're...
But who's processing that? Are Medicaid benefits processed at the DMVs? I don't think they are. They're federal. I'm not sure.
Competing with some of the resources they're getting?
Yeah.
They just came in here?
Yeah. This America.
I don't
you
think
dig
that's
what I'm
true.
saying? But I'm saying that the things that the hoops they make us jump through.
Wait, benefits plus Ohio means jobs. That's not a federal benefit thing. Maybe they help with it. I'm not sure. I don't want to say unequivocally, but
can have you turn on each other in a sense or say negative things. I don't have anything that's negative to say or bad to say about anybody Haitian. Sure. You know what I mean?
Do you think the town's taking care of their local residents that were here first and foremost?
Oh, no. Hell no.
Well, thanks for your service.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Good luck in line.
Like, and the thing is, there's people on Twitter and Instagram that don't think it's real. Like, don't think none of this
we
shit
just
is
we just saw it in real time.
They're like, none of that shit's real that you're saying.
Sup,
There's
Goop?
no way they brought 20,000 people.
English?
Politicians hate Americans.
No,
and the
no
idea
English?
and want to
Okay.
reshape it with
That's
slave
crazy.
labor.
If you're a
Yeah,
local
I
trying to
would
get
generally
your
agree with that.
Medicaid, your welfare benefits, etc. You're waiting 2 hours.
Jacob,
now.
we have some confirmation
Crazy?
that I am correct. As
We're 6
usual.
minutes away from this woman's house. This woman has stated that people are throwing mattresses on her joint. She is not expecting us. I am just going to show up and knock on her door and see what happens.
Okay.
Hi there.
We're getting some lack of credibility here with the commie weed flag out front. I've never seen a flag like this, but the red star is giving commie vibes and the weed star is giving degen vibes, or weed plant.
I saw your speech at the city council, and I was wondering if I could interview you. Well, I've seen a video of a guy getting a Canadian goose, a Haitian dude, and I have rumors of Haitians taking cats. Tell me what's going on here.
I'm a cat lady, as you can tell.
You have a lot of cats.
Yeah, I have a lot of cats. The goose story, I believe,
originated in Columbus. I have not seen it here.
And just for context, you are
she was
surrounded
right
by
about
this
that.
entire community.
She's now
Mostly
giving me more
Haitians now?
credibility.
Yeah, I believe we're looking at probably about 50% is what I'm saying. But I'm worried. My town is going to pot. Everybody wants to make this into a race issue. It's not a race issue. It's culture, it's accountability, and it's respect.
It's
and
government.
that's the things that I'm not seeing. And the women in this country have fought long and hard for the rights that they have been afforded. And these men in this culture treat their women very badly.
Yeah, Goob, I got your Twitter message. I'm really swamped right now, but yes, we will do something, and I will get back to you. I'm swamped for a number of reasons, but I've got some work here.
Watch it firsthand. Come on, give me a break.
Feel free to nudge me again.
Some sense. The driving of the vehicles is a main sticking point. Haitian men came down with probably a queen-size mattress and threw it in the front yard.
Okay.
It didn't go very well. I tried to explain. I tried to be nice. Didn't go very well. So
And you explained in English?
yes, I had to drop the F-bomb and told them take it and go. So they went down the street and ended up.
And this is a difference in culture, right? Like, and look, I get it. Some people want to jump to race, and there's something there, but it's there's also that, like, I mean, there might be something there. It's just that's just not what I talk about, because this is like a cultural anthropology channel. So like culture can be downwind of race in certain ways. Like race is a part of you. I don't know as much about genetics and stuff like that, so I can't speak on that. But like, it does seem to me that like she's describing someone dumping mattresses. She's describing someone dumping mattresses, and like, regardless of whether like it's race or culture or whatever, I mean, number one, you don't see Black Americans having a huge issue of dumping mattresses everywhere. I assume Black and white Americans are doing that every once in a while, but like the buildup of this being something that is seen as more acceptable in this culture, is like, there's a lot of different cultural issues, and that's something that is a huge issue and a reason against mass, especially immigration in general, but especially mass immigration like this, and especially into one community like this. Yeah. I mean, the pit bulls are not the problem. The pit bull owners are. I mean, the pit bulls, they're somewhat of the problem, but if people didn't own and purchase pit bulls, we wouldn't have the problem, right? And I would say I see the same issue with, like, I don't blame the Haitians as individuals for wanting to come here. I blame the U.S. government, local governments, and NGOs for not only allowing it, but for facilitating it, it seems.
That house right there.
Got it.
So they've thrown trash in the yard as they walk by. I'm done. I'm tired of dealing with the disrespect. I've never been so disrespected in my life. And
the white lady yelling about disrespect is very on point. Yeah.
Ex-husband has never disrespected me like this. They're not prosecuting for the property crimes, and it's a big mess, and we need some help. I want my city back. I want my people happy, and this is my town. I want to take it back.
Do you think the Haitians here are trying to assimilate to the culture and the town you grew up in?
No, I don't see it. If it is,
there's no, like, you can't bring in 20,000 people from one culture. Okay, so here's an example that I have. So I went to the University of Connecticut, but I spent the first 2 years at a satellite campus. And at that satellite campus, we had a Chinese foreign exchange student. And she came over, she was taking classes. She was there for a year. And I swear to God, she got a job at like the cafe at our campus. And when I was talking to her, after I knew she was only there for a year, because I knew her, it was a small campus, she was talking and I was like, holy crap, like she has an American accent almost. Like not a fully American accent, but if I had met her at that point and heard her accent, I would think that she was like an American born to Chinese parents. Like I would think she'd been here forever. She'd only been here a year. And I was blown away. But then I went to the main campus, and there, with a large community of Chinese foreign exchange students, these Chinese students coming over for college, they didn't talk to us. They didn't integrate at all into the greater population. And this is a campus of like 30,000 or like 25,000 undergrads. And there was, 1,000 or so, probably more than 1,000, but less than 20,000 Chinese students. They spoke Chinese. They didn't hang out with the white and the Black people and Hispanics there. They didn't talk to the Americans. They didn't learn English very well. Like, that's a very different thing. Why would they assimilate when they're being brought here and they have all of their own communities? And that should never be like a thing that happens nationally or locally. I hope that makes sense.
More power to him. But there's a language barrier. I get it. Okay. But when they are paroled here on the I-94, they get 8 months of English lessons the first 8 months.
Okay.
If they're not taking advantage of that, then why should we, the taxpayer, have to turn around
Agreed.
and have our services overwhelmed?
You gotta learn the
They're
language.
saying 20,000, and
This is a good point, Vulpus. What do they assimilate to? A Coca-Cola commercial? They've destroyed our culture. And by they, NGOs, government, whatever, their people in power have just have waged an all-out war on American culture and local cultures in America. But yes, more reason for this to not be happening. Immigration on this scale cannot be done without impact and severe impact. And usually the people that are most vulnerable to it, which are the I'll say lower class white people that they were interviewing near the beginning. Later, Vulpus, thanks for coming, brother.
I'm saying between 35 and 40 with the birth rates and the things that I see going on. So I don't know who's to blame. I don't know whose door to start kicking in. Mike DeWine, if you see this, Mike DeWine, get a hold of me. I really would like to have a word with you. And I promise I won't yell at you. Somebody get a hold of me.
She's
I don't
yelling right
care
now,
who,
bro.
get a hold of me. I need some solutions. I'm losing my mind.
All right. We're going to take a little break here. And when we come back, we're going to do Hawaii. Did Alaska. We're going to do Hawaii. So you know what time it is if you've been on the channel for a little while. For just a little while. So we're going to take a few minute break. I'm going to use the bathroom and I'm going to grab a iced tea because I am a true American. And for the time being, what we're going to have up here, you know what we're going to have up here. I'll be back. What did I do? jeez. All right. Well, we lost, I guess, lost like 10 people while I was using the bathroom. We're going to get to Hawaii in just a second. There was a comment I saw right before I left. A century ago, the idea was that immigrants' kids needed to act like American kids to be successful, and outside the house, you speak English. Look, as a third generation immigrant, third generation American, rather, like my grandparent, like some of my grandparents were born in America. Most of my grandparents were born outside of America. Like I'm Irish and Hungarian. And my Hungarian grandfather, from a child, he did speak Hungarian as a first language, but like, and he came here, actually he might've been born here, but born in a Hungarian community, in America. And they spoke English and they assimilated in, and he was the first American in the family, and he served in the US Army. And it was always the expectation that they assimilate. And that was true of a lot of people. If you're from where I'm from, it's full of more recent immigrants from, not more recent immigrants, but people descended from more recent immigrants. Lots of Italian and Irish grandparents in this group of people. And all of us assimilated, or all of their parents assimilated rather quickly. And this is something that's not expected anymore. Like I'm a certified teacher, and they literally taught me, and the education school that I went to at UConn is the same education college that the current Secretary of Education did his postgraduate at. Black and White taught me that it's not about assimilation anymore. It's about accommodation. You are expected to accommodate different cultures. And this is ridiculous. This is not something that you should be doing when you live in and want to have a country that is cohesive. You can't do that, dude. You absolutely cannot do that. And that's what we're doing. But now we're going to talk Hawaii, right? Yes, some of those people did come off as unhinged. This one's going to be just about living in Hawaii. It's a little bit more. Yes, and I think someone does sit in the, I think that the real answer to all of this stuff sits in the middle. Dang it. I had like 35 people in here. It just like shot up, and then I started this and it went down, but that's okay. That's okay. We're here. Let's go.
If you're coming, then leave.
Go back
Hawaii.
to being afraid of you guys here. Bro!
I love, wait a minute.
You're not going to become a Hawaiian. If you're coming, then leave.
If you're coming, then leave. I don't know if that was like a economic or a nationalistic thing, like, or like Hawaiian nationalism, like Native Hawaiian. This is a white guy telling people to go back to the mainland. That's pretty crazy. But whatever.
Back to the mainland, being afraid of you.
Or, well, I say that he's white. I don't know. Maybe he has connection to Native Hawaiians, but that's wild.
You guys here. Bro, what do we even do? You're not from Maui.
Oh, we do white people, okay?
White people?
Like really, really expensive.
My baby sister had to move. Her and her family moved to Las Vegas to survive. Everybody getting priced out of paradise.
Every year, 15,000.
Did the frickin' the Lilo thing. That's hilarious addition. That's why I love this guy's videos, man. Oh crap. I forgot one thing. Sorry. Yeah, he might not have been white. Not that, like, you know, I give more of a leeway towards like indigenous people for being like, go back to where you came from. Like, that's probably the people, excuse me, that I would give the most leeway on that type of thing. I'm probably biased, of course, because, you know, I'm into that type of stuff, but like, I get it. If you're coming, leave. That was a line. That was a friggin' line.
Plus Native Hawaiians leave Hawaii to the mainland, which now has more Hawaiians than Hawaii itself. With the median house costing $1.1 million plus, the local Hawaiians are being priced out of paradise as millionaires buy second vacation homes, Airbnb entrepreneurs rent out their apartments to tourists, billionaires buy entire islands, and mainlanders move to Hawaii. The locals are unable to afford the rapid increase in the cost of living.
Dude, this sucks. Indigenous Norwegian, I appreciate your understanding. Yeah. When you say Indigenous Norwegian, are you saying like, you're not Sami, right? I know that, like, obviously the Norwegians are also indigenous to Norway. And even if like modern anthropology wants to say they're not, but like, the Sami are indigenous to like the north of Norway as well as like Sweden and Finland. But like, yes, Europeans are indigenous to the places that they're from. It's completely ridiculous. Modern anthropology doesn't consider them that, but like white people have culture too, guys. Yes, right. So in the thing with Norwegians and the Sami, like I'm talking about different lands, right? Like I'm not saying that the Sami are the indigenous people of Norway, but they are the indigenous people of the land which is now controlled by Norway, like farther up north. It's like a separate thing, unless I'm incorrect on that. But yes, I understand that Norse people have been living there longer than the Sami.
Turning places like Waikiki, the symbol of Honolulu's bustling tourism, into a dumping ground for homeless Hawaiians. But with nearly 24% of Hawaii's economy reliant on tourism, are tourists even welcome in Hawaii anymore?
Don't come and don't buy land. Simple as that.
Hawaii is the #1 most expensive state in America, while ranking #4 in homelessness. How much longer will Hawaii have Hawaiians?
Has it gotten really expensive to live out here recently, or has it always been that way?
It's gotten really expensive.
Yeah? If you were to try to, I don't know, get a place right now, how much do you think that would cost for like a studio apartment? Oh my gosh.
Like really, really expensive. Well, you come into
$1,300 a month for a studio apartment doesn't seem. It's ridiculous that it's not that bad, but that doesn't seem that bad to me.
Oh, I want to ask you.
I don't like shit. Nothing from you, man. I don't need nothing from you.
Okay, all right.
Go with your white people, okay?
White people? What did I do?
Look, your people go talk with them. I don't need you.
Where are you from originally?
Originally from Ohio.
Okay.
Been here for 20 years.
That's such a good introduction. If you just joined us, we were just watching a video on Ohio and the Haitians there. And this lady from Ohio is like, oh, I'm from Ohio. I'm over here. I don't know why I did a Canadian accent. Let's keep going.
Do you consider yourself local at this point?
Absolutely. All my grandbabies are local.
Do you feel welcomed here? Or is there sort of contention?
We were welcomed. We were loved.
I should say that like I've been to Hawaii a few times. I'm actually going back next month or November. I've heard about some native Hawaiians having issues with like white people and other people coming there, especially to live, but I've never experienced any of that. You know, granted, I haven't been there long enough, but I would say that every interaction I had with native Hawaiians, which was, you know, several of them, not super many, but they were all very, very nice to me. I didn't see anything even close to that type of thing.
Can you explain the white people concept? That's like the how they? White people?
Yeah.
Because Hawaii needs visitors.
I love how he wants to elaborate. He wants him to elaborate on the racism. Like that's why I love this guy's channel, man.
Like we do.
Where did you live on the mainland?
I lived in Michigan. Yeah.
So you came out here, and the plan was to figure it out kind of when you got here?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we get...
There's some intermixing with Japanese, but I would definitely not say large part. I would say that without looking it up, I think the Japanese population has been there for a long time. Like there's lots of like 4th, 5th, 6th generation Japanese people, but generally like stuck to themselves mostly in their own communities there. And absolutely there is mixing between white people and Hawaiians and Japanese in every direction, but I wouldn't say it's to a large part mixed with Japanese people. I think it's just some of it. It's because of my luxurious flowing hair. Thank you so much. I think it's the best part about me.
Swept everywhere. I just got swept again last Thursday. Took everything I owned. Everything.
Do you have any current plans of getting off the streets? And look, cop right there.
Yeah.
How long have you been out here, Sid?
20 years.
20 years.
When I had to quit my job, I gained my freedom. There's no more having to abide by anybody's rules. I can be out here. I can be free.
Yeah.
I've been camping.
So she's sharing something that like a lot of people would deny exists at all, but it's not always true, but there are a certain and quite large percentage of homeless people who are there because they're choosing to be there, because they appreciate that lifestyle. And that's always very interesting to me, because in the general culture, you would think that like, oh, it's everybody wants a home, everybody wants a stable place to live, but you know, certain people have different values, and they value their freedom and not being involved in modern society in that way. And if anything else, it's interesting to me.
Been ever since I was a kid. So for me, this is nothing but camping.
You might be surprised to notice how many people from the mainland are on these streets.
I mean, even as hard as it is out here, I still love it here.
Usually I work a little bit and everything like
Look, if you're going to be homeless, it's way better to be in Hawaii than in Alaska, I think.
that, but then I just like to skate. Looking for that perfect.
No more taxes, no more BS, no more stress.
Yeah, dude, you know, I got a puppy, like I said.
It sounds pretty nice, but I like stability. Maybe I'm a little bitch or something, but I do like it.
And my friend freaking.
Yeah, so you can show me your crib tour. So you have that inflatable setup to lay your body on?
Basically it.
That's it.
We need help.
Okay, I misinterpreted that. I thought she was saying that she chose it and she likes it. Maybe that's different into her older age, but...
You say you got housing for the homeless? Yeah.
Where is it?
I have a friend of mine, her name is Angela, and she works every day. She works a graveyard shift at the airport, and she's homeless. There are people out here who got jobs, and they can't afford housing.
Damn.
Aloha. All right, we're seeing tents strewn along every aspect of this beach. Tent after tent after tent. It's pretty unreal just how many people are out here. What's your name?
Bob.
Bob, good to meet you, Bob. How did you end up on the beach out here?
If you want to watch extended convos with guys like Bob, DLC content with Unc, who you'll meet later in this video, exclusive videos never uploaded to YouTube, and early access to every video of mine before it goes up on YouTube, you can subscribe to my Patreon at patreon.com/Tyler Oliveira for as little as $5 a month. Help support our boots on.
You can join mine for $2 a month, but you probably won't get as much value. I'm working on putting more stuff out there. But I do have an interview coming out very soon with a PhD scholar on Machiavelli, and she was incredible. We talked for about 2 hours and 15 minutes, and I'm going to have to cut that down to about an hour and 30 for the full release. But that will be on Patreon, which is $2 a month. Link is down below. Completely uncensored, ad-free, and uncut. I just upload them straight from there. So you see everything. Lots of Clevelands. Cleveland is my edit word, and I put that in. So you'll know that there's a lot in there of stuff I'm taking out for a number of reasons.
On the ground journalism, and go watch the Hawaii DLC
Also
content after you finish watching this, and then stay tuned and watch the next video before anyone else sees it on YouTube at patreon.com/Tyler Oliveira.
I don't know, I just got here and I stayed here.
How is it living out here on the beach? Is it tough? Is it pretty easy with the weather?
I like it.
How'd you end up here on the beach?
Couldn't pay rent.
How much was your rent at the time?
At least
500?
Studio, like shack really, up in Nanakuli, so.
A lot of people getting priced out of their homes out here?
Pretty much, yeah.
Do you have any family members or friends who have moved to the mainland because it got too expensive out here?
Absolutely.
I'm not going to say it, but she's hot. I said it. She's hot, in my opinion.
So I'm one of 6 kids, and I am the only one currently living here in Hawaii.
Where do they go?
One went to Ohio, 2's in Nevada, in Reno, 1's in Washington, and 1's kind of floating all over.
And they left for better job opportunities, better wages?
For the most part, yeah.
The problem right now is that people who are purchasing second homes and Airbnb entrepreneurs are renting out these long-term housing units, turning them into short-term housing units, decreasing the available long-term housing supply, driving prices up, and making it nearly impossible for some of these locals.
Oh my God, actually, let's look at that.
Renting out these long-term housing units, turning them into short-term housing units, decreasing the available long-term housing supply, driving prices up, and making...
So that starts at 1977. So single family medium price, going back to 2006, the bottom of the crash, we're looking at 600,000, and then it goes, this doesn't even go to, sorry, my head's blocking it. This only goes to 2019, and we're looking at 800,000. In another tab, I'm going to look it up for
making it
today,
nearly
see if I can find
impossible for some of these locals to pay rent, much less own a home. But look at that view. Who wouldn't want to live here? This is paradise.
Dude, it
So
really
I
is.
met up with lifetime Honolulu
great place
resident
to visit.
David to understand the culture of Hawaii a little more and the underlying tensions between Hawaiians, locals, and white people.
David.
Dude, I think that that is overblown. I don't know. I haven't been there long enough to really know, but like, yeah.
How long have you lived here in Hawaii?
25 years, born and raised.
Okay, but are you Hawaiian?
I'm not Hawaiian. I'm Italian, Filipino.
Would locals here consider you Hawaiian?
No, definitely not.
What does it mean to be a Hawaiian out here?
It means to have some semblance of Hawaiian blood.
Are the locals living here in Waikiki?
No, definitely not. It's majority tourists. There are some buildings here that people live in, but they're like multi-million-dollar building apartments, and maybe median or average price right now, last I checked maybe a year or two ago, was like 700 grand for a house on island, and that's nothing in
2013 for 400K, and now it's 1.2 million. And that's New Zealand dollars. That's like 800, 700K American, but still, that's crazy, dude.
this area. That's on the other parts of the island. Definitely not something that local people can afford.
We're headed to Kahala. This is the Beverly Hills of Honolulu. David, is that true? Who lives there?
Well, I think the most notable person who lives there is Theroux Midyar. He's the founder of eBay.
Is there anything out here it's safe to say?
Definitely
over $1 million?
Definitely over $1 million. You're not gonna find anything less than that here.
So that's a nice little mansion right there. Little mansion right there. Cybertruck all the way out here.
I mean, lots of doctors, lawyers, accountants, financiers live out there. Like, it's not uncommon to see a Ferrari pull into a garage or a Bentley. One of my buddies lives in a tower, and he was telling me, you know, the building I used to live in, like 40% of it is unoccupied because a lot of international investors buy up those properties and just leave it vacant.
So that's got to piss off a lot of locals out here who are getting priced up into apartments they can barely afford.
Yeah, definitely. And they're building like little sustainable mobile homes and little encampments.
This is bougie out here, David. What is this?
Yes, sir. Kahala Hotel.
Okay.
There's dolphins around here for sure.
Dolphins? Look at him. There he is. And they like being in this little pond?
Yeah, you know, if they didn't, they would show us signs that they had lesser welfare. So
Like dolphin depression?
basically, yeah.
So you got like light eyes, light hair, you're white. How has that experience been out here? Is it pretty chill or is there a friction?
Yeah, so I'm Holly. I stay in my lane. One of the reasons that it actually took me a while to decide to move out here was because I knew I was moving to an actively colonized landscape. So
Bro, it's all actively colonized. What are you talking about? I mean, I get it. It's different because the Hawaiians, it's more recent, but that's the only difference. Like, where are you from? Ohio? You think that wasn't actively colonized? What are you talking about? Bad reason. Bad reason.
I do what I can to make sure that I am being respectful, that I am letting other people's voices be elevated above mine. If they're coming out to visit, come out and visit and do so responsibly. If you are just coming
What? Girl. What?
out here because you just want to have a party, maybe think about where you're going. Maybe go to Miami, you know?
All right, yeah.
Miami, the famously uncolonized Miami, named after the uncolonized Miami tribe. You freaking idiot. Holy crap. Good Lord. That's not a joke, by the way. I'm going to confirm that, but as far as I know, Miami is an indigenous name. Yes, Miami tribe. Thank you. Wonderful. Idiot.
Would it be fair to say this is a gentrified neighborhood out here? Do any locals live out here, do we think?
Definitely not. I mean, you might have some families.
Just stop white women. Except for that one white woman from the last video. She can stay. The rest of them, just stop. Just stop being yourself. That's crazy. Absolutely ridiculous.
That are like second generation and like the property was passed down to them, but...
And look at that view. It's gorgeous and breathtaking. Holy smokes.
And while it's no surprise people want to move here and have a taste of paradise for themselves, the hidden cost is many native Hawaiians are simply being priced out, forced to move to the mainland, or work 2 to 3 jobs to survive. So to curb the displacement of Hawaiians, in 1921, Congress passed the Hawaiian Homes Commissions Act, setting aside roughly 200,000 acres of land to homestead the native Hawaiians, allowing Hawaiians with 50% or more Hawaiian blood to be eligible to receive some of this land. But some Hawaiians say this is a Western concept that has no basis in any of their traditions or how they determine.
Okay, and that's true. This is something that happens often, right? It's like this comes in with the federal recognition in the U.S. and also in Canada of different Native American groups. It's like they're recognized in a way that works within American culture, of course, rooted in Anglo-Saxon British culture, and that's a valid criticism, rather than the freaking woke word vomit that the white lady who moved over here, actively colonized area. Go to Miami where they're not actively colonized. I'm gonna be thinking about that for the next week. That really pissed me off. I just want to yell at her.
Determine who is Hawaiian.
Like the whole blood quantum concept is a Western concept.
Yes. He's right. And we've talked about this before, right? We talked about this with the guy, like blood quantum, more than, and that's why if you saw me, I cringed when he was talking about more than 51%. it doesn't fit in with Western culture to have like a decision in some way other than like how the West would define it. And in this case, it's like, okay, who's a Hawaiian? Oh, they're at least more than half blood. But like, that's not a thing that works for most indigenous communities. Like, for example, the Mourning Wars across the Eastern Woodlands, including the indigenous group I've studied the most, which is the Eastern Algonquins. These Mourning Wars are like, they would, like, their population goes down. This was, unfortunately, it created a feedback loop of war when a lot of them were dying of disease. Attack another group, take people, they're going to torture and kill some of them. That's just what happened. That's not being racist against natives. That's just what they did. This was standard practice. It's well documented. And they would accept people in to take the place, often, of somebody who had been killed in their society, even many times taking their name and fill that position in their society. And they don't care that their blood is different. And this happened to not only white people, but other Native Americans, and they're joining. They didn't care about that. Like, this blood quantum thing is like a Western concept that then gets added in on these things. And, it's not imperfect in other laws. In this 1921 law, yeah, I get that. But like with the federal recognition thing, at least they allow the Native groups to decide for themselves how they want to judge who is Native, who belongs to their community in whatever way they want to. But yes, he's right. This is a Western concept. And this is a good point, Fingal, right? I just love it when other people's voices are elevated above mine. Number one, stupid. Everybody deserves to have their voice or whatever, even if you're white, right? Even if you're a nasty colonizing white person who are born with this implicit evil that people talk about. But also, if she's the one, as a white lady, elevating indigenous voices, she's elevating voices. She's doing this thing that she believes is good based in her own personal and cultural beliefs. So like, I'm going to elevate the voices. It's really just her own beliefs. It's just her own beliefs and her perception of what that means. It's still her. It's still her, because she still has to choose which to elevate and which to not. It's like, it's ridiculous. Yeah.
Got it. Being Hawaiian is not only like a race classification. It's kind of hard to explain, but it's like a holistic way of living.
It's hard to explain because it doesn't fit in with a Western worldview, because it's like a separate thing. It obviously, yes.
Where the people are connected to the land, and so it's, in a way, it's like they're kind of stewards of the land. But my uncle, who lives in Maui, he's a descendant of Hawaiian royalty, and he's got stories about how his auntie would teach him, like, if you see the waves that are crashing at this angle and hitting the cliffs this way, that means you're going to be able to find mangoes in this part of the forest.
I wonder if that's true.
It's like being able to read nature and being one with nature.
So we pulled up on David's homie Jamin, who is a local like David, but has Hawaiian blood unlike David. What does he think of the Americanification of Hawaii since its occupation?
1893, the United States annexes Hawaii. What are your thoughts on that? What is your family's perspective on, is this currently occupied land?
Actually, 1893 was the overthrow.
Okay.
The annexation was in 98.
Okay.
So it was its own republic for about like 5 years before
its own republic, by the way. Its own republic run by like Western and Japanese business people. It wasn't like it was a banana republic, you might say.
Officially got the U.S. to annex it. Every island though had their king, and I think Big Island Mokuokiave was specifically allied with Great Britain.
Okay.
And I think.
And they were fighting each other. Polynesians are famously, in general, this is true for the Maori, I think it's also true for the Hawaiians, quite warlike when compared to other cultures.
Every kingdom had their own nation that they were pulling from. So like Russia was involved in this, France was involved in this, and I think America had another interest in another island. But that's why King Kamehameha actually wanted to be a part of Great Britain for that royal protection.
Everyone wants Hawaii, right?
In many such cases of this, right? It's like there's whenever there's a much stronger group, when there's a much stronger group that has power in a certain place, if you're on your own, you're going to you're going to be destroyed, basically. But if you rally around, and I could talk about this particular topic for hours and hours. Like, sometimes you need the protection of something, which might be the lesser of two evils of accepting certain things, but it means that you're not going to be taken over entirely. You're not going to lose your entire autonomy.
Location in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, especially for the U.S.
I mean, that's why they wanted Pearl Harbor, I mean, I guess without it, like, you can't really dominate or operate in the Pacific, and that's also a big reason why Japan came after us. At some point, once they bring guns, tasers, weapons, what do you think that means, Like, for us, if we retaliate, we're looked at as, like, terrorists,
Sure.
Like, it's a game of...
That's a good point he's bringing up, right? It's like, terrorism is like, people call things terrorists all the time. And from my perspective, a lot of the times what makes a terrorist is like the specific definition that people usually use is like violence for political gain. But it's generally just means that it's violence for political gain, but with the caveat that it's unrecognized in some context, right? Like like in Israel and Palestine, Hamas is viewed as a terrorist group. But if Israel does those same actions, not to get into all that, but if Israel does those same exact actions, it's not terroristic because they have international recognition. So it's like but if you look at what's happening, if you look at Hawaii, and like at this point, it's been like 120 years, so it's considered just standard, but people coming in, controlling the government, enforcing it with guns. They have a police force where they're enforcing their own rules, and like they're allowed to do the violence because they have the legitimacy of the monopoly on violence, which is like at its root, this is how countries exist. They have a monopoly on violence. Like violence from police towards people, and I'm not even talking about like police brutality, but like violence from the police in the form of like, if you don't pay your taxes, we're going to come to your house with guns and we're going to arrest you. And if you fight back, we might kill you, but we'll probably arrest you and we'll take away your freedom. That's a monopoly on violence. But they're allowed to do it because they have that legitimacy. And what he's saying here is like, I don't know if he means specifically that violence, but that is what it is. Like you're not allowed to fight back against these things because they have the legitimacy. They're the ones who can enforce the rules that they have.
Force, bro, for real. Like,
some of the Hawaiians feel like obviously you're still occupied, right?
Most people feel that way. I just think that's a subliminal reality. At the end of the day, if you did want to practice certain things about your culture and do things in a certain way, you would have to.
I don't want to live my life in guilt for being white. I don't do it. I'm not going to do that. I know there are certain injustices that have been done. I get that. It's happened between plenty of different races of different people. I don't feel guilty for being white. I don't have this original sin of being born. Some people would call me racist just for that. I don't care. Call me racist. Call me a Nazi. Call me a hard R lover. Call me whatever you want. That's a reference to earlier if you don't remember what I'm talking about. But I was called out on the same day. No, you shouldn't feel bad for who you are, even if that's white. I'm proud of, like, I wouldn't generally say I'm proud to be white, mostly because that's not allowed. But, like, I'm proud to be Irish descended, and that is implicitly white. So by the transitive property, I'm proud to be white, and that's fine. Yeah, if I ever get big, someone's going to clip that and be like, see, he's a racist. He's a dirty racist. He said it. He wants to exterminate all the other races. No, you can be proud of who you are, and it doesn't have to take away from any other people, and you don't have to be sorry about who you were born as. And you shouldn't be, frankly. Yes, and also, this is the thing. Irish were second-class citizens until after the Civil War. Modern academia tries to pretend that Irish were never actually discriminated in America. That's BS, man. Absolutely. There's a mountain of evidence that Irish people were discriminated against in America. Irish people only came here because they were being genocided by the British. And I don't hate British people either, okay? Yeah, let's keep going.
Step on some federal laws. You would have to deal with some consequences by the police or whoever, whatever jurisdiction is holding over that part of the land. For most Hawaiians, you're not going to find 100% Hawaiian. Most Hawaiians you find is either going to be Chinese, Japanese, Filipino, Hali, or whatever, So, like, we're all mixed, and to be really Hawaiian is...
Okay, so maybe there's more mixed blood than I was thinking about, but I don't think that broadly they mixed in with Japanese, like, to the point that they all do. I'd be interested to see statistics on that.
Like to be able to like track where you're from,
doesn't
you know,
exist
and
now.
to know your lineage and your ancestry. And once you bury enough of your ancestors' bones here, like you're kind of attached, you know.
Yeah, you're right, Cliff.
And that's where the life force is, you know. That's where the mana is.
Beyond housing, what makes it expensive to live out here as a Hawaiian?
Gas, groceries. What other words that start
milk?
with G?
We got like $9 milk gallons or what?
Yeah. Everybody shops at Costco, bro. You can't afford to not.
For the non-Americans, that was an $11 gallon of milk. Where I live, which is somewhat of an expensive state, a gallon of milk is like $4. It's never more than $5. That's insane, dude.
If you take away the hotels, you decrease all the infrastructure for tourism, what jobs are the locals working out here? Or do they just tend to the land and we go back to like a communal, simple agrarian setup where people, you know, have gardens and they give to each other and barter? Where do the jobs go if you take away all the tourism?
We can't really create new industries being a part of America with American law. Like we would have to create new laws to do different things differently. Pretty much like so much would have to change to make the industries.
And this is what happened. You can't fit in indigenous culture in a lot of ways. Well, I shouldn't say indigenous in this case, but like just because indigenous is very broad, but like you can't fit these like traditional, very separate from Western culture ways of life and doing business and things into the laws that we have surrounding business.
Appear or be strengthened.
Yeah, Vingal, I visited Denmark once, and when I was in Denmark, my first experience walking out of the airport was there was this South Asian guy, like an Indian guy, like Indian. He walked up to me and he started speaking freaking Viking to me, and I'm like, I just looked at him with wide eyes, like, dude, I know I look Danish, but I am not. Like, I am full on American. Yeah, no, I think a lot of Irish people have that DNA in them, but yeah, my haplogroup is are like it's the same one as 80% of Irish people, which is like R1B1. It's like Western hunter gatherer. But yeah,
You know, like because most of our money is not tourism, bro. That's like a facade, bro. Like we could survive without.
But by the way, I have no like knowledge of actual Scandinavian like ancestry, which is. There's most of the Scandinavians, like European immigration in the U.S. is like it's very regional. Like most of the Scandinavians went to like Minnesota and like northern Great Lakes. Where I'm from, it's like English, Irish, and Italian is most of the whites.
It's not like an anti-America stance. It's just a pro-Hawaii stance.
Since European contact beginning with the arrival of
I want to hear that again.
Bro, that's like a facade, bro. Like we could survive without it. It's not like an anti-America stance. It's just a pro-Hawaii stance.
And see and that's what I was talking about earlier, right? You don't have to be like anti any other groups to be pro your own group. Like there might be, depending on how you're doing that, it might be implicitly anti someone else, but it shouldn't be a bad thing to be for what you perceive as your own people. I like what he said there.
Since European contact beginning with the arrival of Captain Cook in 1778 and through the spread of deadly diseases like smallpox, measles, and whooping cough, the native Hawaiian population was reduced by roughly 90% over the next 70 years. As the native Hawaiian population was decimated and not interested in working sugar plantations, groups of immigrants from China, Japan, Philippines, and later Puerto Rico and Portugal immigrated to Hawaii to work the land for 3 to 5 year contracts in a form of indentured servitude. One may call it just a better branded name for what you may know as slavery. Fast forward years later, in 1921, as Hawaii is rapidly becoming a melting pot of many cultures, the homestead program sets aside pieces of land to appease Hawaiians' ancestral claims to the land, like the one Jamin's family lives in right now.
We're in the burbs, but the homestead burbs. And from my understanding, they're allowed to live here for cheap. That's the big plus here. You're getting rewarded for having ancestral ties to this land and being a certain percentage blood quantum Hawaiian. How long did it take for your family to get a homestead?
You know, I'm not exactly sure how long it took us, but you know, everyone in my dad's family got on the list at some point. You're kind of like, you know, a little lucky to get like something offered, you know.
This is a big crib, right? I expected like a, I don't know, maybe like an apartment or like this is a nice family house.
This is a 5-bedroom, 3-bathroom.
How much do you think that goes for if this was not on the home?
Did you hear that? You heard a little accent on it. 3-bathroom, bathroom. That's a little Hawaiian. Younger people have it less. Regional accents are going away. It's a great loss of our time, but that came out a little bit there.
A mil?
Probably more, bro.
Actually?
Yeah. And then the land, you get like a 99-year lease or something like that, and you pay like $100 off the bat for the 99 years of living.
So every single family here has some blood tie or blood claim to like being Hawaiian, and
for sure, yeah, you can't get it otherwise. So and that's why it was one of the coolest spots to like grow up in, because like everybody who's lives here is Hawaiian style, you know, like we have whole block parties, bro, raging till like late in the night. No cops are called, you know.
But Jamin's sister Tate had a few other thoughts worth considering.
So I'm here, lady
that said don't come.
Did you grow up here?
We grew up in Kahuku, which is on the North Shore, on Oahu.
Do you think you'll ever move out of Hawaii and go to the mainland? No? That was quick.
Thanks, Cliff. Thanks for coming, brother. I try to make it interesting. I've been doing these for a while.
Our culture and identity.
I don't want to like dilute my content with like long live streams that like don't have a lot of substance to them, but I feel like I'm finding a happy medium. I think people enjoy them. I hope they do. I mean, people come, so, and that's increasing. So yeah.
He is here, so there's no, we're not, at least for Native Hawaiians, this is our home, so we don't like to flock away from it. And also too, I really don't believe in purchasing land or having land ownership outside of like my genealogical ties.
Okay. In your opinion, what does it mean to be a Hawaiian?
Well, there is no opinion, to be honest.
Okay.
If you have blood, then you're Hawaiian. If you don't,
any amount of blood?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
So
No percentages. I feel like our generation though is like better at like breaking those things. If you're Hawaiian, you're Hawaiian.
Okay.
Yeah. There's no blood quantum. We don't believe in that thing.
So even let's say I'm like blonde hair, blue-eyed, white, like true, I guess, Haole. Could I be Hawaiian?
If you have Hawaiian blood, you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can be a local, but not a Hawaiian, right?
Yeah, correct. It's similar to like, I mean, I don't know demographic wise, but it's like if you live in the hood, would you call yourself black?
No, I get what you're saying. Do you think Hawaii would be better off if it was no longer part of the United States? Would that be a good thing for Hawaii or ultimately a bad thing?
Well, I don't see it as a part of the United States.
Okay.
But do I think it should be unoccupied? Absolutely. 100%.
When we're talking the military bases should...
Absolutely. Gone.
What does the United States of America mean to you? When you think of the USA as a country, as Hawaii's role in it, is it just like a subjugator?
I think the United States is stupid. But my main concern is that they illegally occupy Hawaii. Stupid. So I don't think that they should have at least jurisdiction here.
Okay. Illegally occupy. This, whenever you say illegally, like you have to frame that in some, so her perspective is of course like it's illegal given like Hawaiian land, but like, you know, people use the word stolen land. Like, it's not stolen, it's conquered. I get it. You can have your views on that. But, like, yeah, you can call it illegal from the perspective of, like, the native Hawaiian rules and laws and whatever, which, yeah, it then is. But at the end of the day, like I was talking about earlier, it's monopoly on violence. The United States was like, they took it over. They took it over with violence, and they won. So yeah, that sucks. And I'm not like, that's not a value judgment. I'm just saying that's what happened.
In Hawaii with governance.
Okay. As a Hawaiian, what are your thoughts on the tourists that come here to Hawaii?
Don't come.
Yeah.
Come but leave. If you're coming, then leave. And don't buy land. And don't own land here. Simple as that.
I think especially in a place like Hawaii, I give more credibility to the claim of like, don't buy land there. Like, I get that. Especially if you're like not coming there to like join, like you're not coming there to like assimilate or anything. And especially if you're not coming there like it's your second home or something. I don't know. It's whatever.
What are your thoughts on the folks that come here, maybe buy a second, third home, a vacation home, maybe a full-on tower because I'm a billionaire and then I don't even use half it?
Don't do it. Don't do it. Yeah. It's not your right to.
That's screwed up.
Unfortunately, I think almost 50% of Hawaiians don't live in Hawaii, which is so unfortunate. And it's only going to get worse.
What if they respected the culture, respected it as you see it and respect it, assimilated into your culture rather than trying to...
Moana, didn't Hawaii vote to join the USA? I think there was a vote, but the vote was like... It was a vote that had a bunch of like... I shouldn't even say because I don't remember, but I feel like they took the vote from like that wasn't a fully native Hawaiian vote. Like it was all of these people that had moved there, and there was some other stuff. Yeah. See another comment. What about on Oahu? What do you mean, Daniel? On Oahu specifically?
pose their own onto, like they're your guests, let's say.
Guests leave.
Okay. Mic drop.
But most people come here with the right intentions anyways, but they don't know that what they're doing is actually wrong. Now, if you are staying, then do your part in getting educated and respect culture. You're not going to become a Hawaiian, and like you're not going to become black when you move to Compton.
I agree with that.
These people, buy a second home. They decrease the supply of available long-term housing. Therefore, the available housing goes up in prices, and then locals can't afford to rent them.
Exactly.
And this
is a good point, Cliff, right? Again, the stolen land thing, New Zealand, Australia, any region colonized by Great Britain, a complex issue. How far back do we go, though, right? And this is something, I use an example, like the Black Hills of South Dakota. The Black Hills of South Dakota are like, there's this famous example of like, this is where they put Mount Rushmore, but this is like sacred land to the Sioux people. But the Sioux had only been there for 100 years. The United States has had control over the Black Hills longer than the Sioux, who were very warlike and took it over from the original inhabitants and had not been there that long. And that's just an extreme example. There's plenty of other examples. Like people move, cultures change, this stuff happens. It does not have a simple answer.
Turn led to Hawaiian locals to create these huge villages in the woods, living off the land and off the grid in Hawaii at whatever the cost. As I was driving past this park, I noticed a massive encampment hidden in the woods. We pulled up with some Costco pizzas and asked if we could check it out.
Dude, Costco pizza is the best.
Before we explore the island more, I want to tell you about the sponsor that made this video possible, Delete Me. Did you know that data brokers are selling your personal info online? Google your name right now and see what pops up. Anything you wish wasn't there? I do. In this digital age with all your info publicly available, the risk of being harassed, stalked, or having your identity stolen is always out there. Have you ever shared a political view or opinion?
So Daniel, you're talking about Oahu, 5 owners, 230 years. Yeah. So what I was saying earlier was that like Hawaii is a kind of violent, like they were pretty warlike and they fought quite a bit. But I think that people, right or wrong, they view it differently when it's like generally related peoples that are fighting over it and taking it versus people that are very, very different from them coming in, like European colonization or like Japanese or Chinese colonization, for example, like the island of Formosa, which is now the Republic of China. Like white people aren't the only ones that ever colonized, right? And I think people view that differently, and maybe they shouldn't. I think it should at least be part of the conversation that this happened. But in general, when you talk about something like that today, people just like laugh at, like people, like woke people, academia will just like pretend that that's not a good point, but it is.
That might piss someone off and you don't want people to know where you live? I have. But luckily, the sponsor of this video, Delete Me, can help you keep your personal info private. I've been trusting Delete Me since March to keep my personal info private, and it's reviewed over 1,000 listings, deleted over 100, and saved me 20 hours of searching and deleting my info that shouldn't even be public. Protect yourself, protect your family, and take back control of your personal info, and join Delete Me now for 20% off when you go to joindeleteme.com/Tyler and use promo code Tyler at checkout. All right, let's investigate the islands.
Puno Waianae at the small Waianae Boat Harbor.
Okay. I came down here like a year ago. It wasn't as big as it is now, I don't think, right? Has it grown last year or so?
Yes, it did.
How many people live out here?
We have over about 170.
I see a little guy over here, a few kids playing ball.
But everyone here, we all call each other family.
How long have you guys all known each other out here?
I've been here since I was 12 years old, and I'm 26 now. He's been raised here since he came out the hospital.
This little guy right here. Okay.
His mommy is pregnant with one more. So.
Okay. It looks like everyone's having a good old time out here.
It is safe. It's 100% safe here.
Yeah. So I see a little guy. I see those kids playing football. Do they go to school?
That's the number one rule. Your children reside here, and they're in the age bracket to go to school. They must go to school.
Are you giving me the tour? Okay. So I see the signs too. It seems like there's some rules.
Like we say, your children is number one.
Yeah.
Keep the safety of your children. There's no stealing allowed in our village. That's grounds will be removed.
Let's check it out. I'll shine a little flashlight.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, stealing. Stealing.
Everything besides clothing and footwear. Linens, food, kitchenware. Everything.
Can I
Come inside.
All right.
Come inside.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we appreciate the hospitality. So where'd you guys get all this stuff? All donations.
After seeing countless tent towns and homeless encampments, I've never seen anything this large and organized across the entire country.
I'm impressed. This is crazy. You guys built your own society out here. I had no clue this went this far back, by the way.
It goes far.
Holy smokes.
It goes far. What we're walking down section 1. Each section has their own captain, their own.
Yeah, so on the New Zealand thing, the Maori had a long history of tribal wars.
Overseer.
Absolutely, they did. Some very bad outcomes. We've talked about the Moriori here a little bit, who likely broke off from the Maori and went the complete other direction, had a complete pacifistic society until some Maori, some bad boys, they commandeered a British ship at gunpoint and went over there and they killed everybody and enslaved the rest and spread them throughout the island. Pretty awful, but yeah. And unfortunately, because of the way the treaty worked out, the Moriori don't have recognition as a specific people. They still, at least today, have some problems. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And you just said it, Vingle, the Moriori. Yeah, you heard it here first. I think that I knew about them a little bit, but I talked to, gosh, what's his name? The Anthropology guy. He's written 2 books. He's an actual archaeologist, as in like a PhD archaeologist. That type of thing.
Okay. And your role is what exactly?
I'm captain for section 1.
Okay. So let's say some crazy guy comes in here and says, or someone just coming here messing around.
Then we're gonna get together and get him out.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Have you had to do that?
Yes.
Vigilante justice.
Yeah. Well, we got some out-of-state people, and majority of us is Hawaiian. Sheba.
Hi, Sheba. She's a little shy. And we have some inspirational quotes here too. And there's a map. You guys built a freaking map. What? Look at the border right here. I'm very
Okay,
impressed.
what do you mean built a map? They put some lines on a Google Maps sheet. Okay. Don't act so impressed here.
This has been to quite a few spots. I've never seen anything of this size and organization. Evian, what do you think allows you guys to get along so well and maintain this level of like order?
Respect.
Yeah?
Well, I grew up believing respect. It comes in everything and anything, whether it be a rock, whether it be a person, a tree.
Also, we just made it to section 2, I noticed.
Yes, this is section 2.
Dang. So this has got to be very valuable land, right?
Cool spot on H2. You can look out and see Diamond Head to Waipawa. I think I've been to this spot. You'll find the last Battle of Oahu was fought there. Kamehameha had his forces push the natives off the cliff. Right. So Kamehameha, if I'm correct on this, was the guy who he might have been from the Big Island, but Diamond Head is on Oahu, and I think he kind of united them through warfare. So he was the one who united them under one kingdom. You can play, I think, on some Civ games as King Kamehameha as well. Little pop culture reference. And I think that counts as that. But yes.
Built-in library right here. Wow. Okay, that's.
You're right, Daniel.
I never would have thought
Soft
all
bigotry.
this
Yeah.
was hiding behind this parking lot. Give a trampoline. Let's look at that. We have the basketball court. That's epic. What's your name?
Kala. I'm one of the overseers here. She makes sure that everything's going accordingly up.
I've definitely only ever heard the term overseer in the context of slavery. So that's crazy, but okay.
There for the construction wise, that makes sure the homes are being built for the people down here. Her job is to bring everybody home, you know, and that's
like a home out of here or home here?
Out of here to up there, into permanent homes.
So how many people have you guys transitioned into permanent housing?
Right now, we're still in the process of building the sections.
Dude, I am really impressed by this. So they've organized. I thought that this was just like a sustaining community, but they actually, way better than most like government officials, have been able to organize themselves into creating a place that transitions people back into regular society in a good way. This is crazy. This is the map was not that impressive. However, this community on a whole is very, very impressive. This is cool.
What we're going to do is take the kupunas and the children out of here.
Okay, kupunas are
the Dole Plantation, which was on Hawaii, by the way, pretty bad. Typically filled by whites with titles like overseer. That might be why they're using it, but I would have picked a different word. Not that like this guy is a slaver or anything. Obviously he's not, but that word has a certain connotation to it, I think.
Elderly?
The elderly, okay. Yes.
One,
we have 7 seconds.
In these plantations, they weren't slavery, but they were, you know, this was like serfdom. It was like pretty close. I sometimes called serfdom basically slavery. And they did not treat people well on that plantation.
I am the overseer of 3. Try to keep like the single women to the front because it's dark back here, and I try to keep them around families where they can be watched for the safety, you know? Even though we're all not cut from the same cloth, we're still family. A lot of people come out here and been houseless because of stipulations along the way that they faced. Whether it was a bump in the road that they hit and they never got back up yet because all this time in their life they was let down a lot.
Okay. I think this place will solve their problems?
Not really. It's just they find it home. Me, I chose to be houseless up here because I didn't want to live under nobody's rules. Everybody getting priced out of paradise. My baby sister had to move. Her and her family moved to Las Vegas to survive because our pay ain't so great out here. It's like, what, $14 minimum wage? Rent out here for a studio is like almost $2,000. But people with family working 2-3 jobs, who is there at home to raise the children?
After seeing countless locals priced out of their home in Oahu, I flew over to the island of Maui to see what has happened to the locals here nearly 1 year after wildfires destroyed 2,200 structures, caused $5.5 billion plus in damage, killed over 100 people, and displaced over 6,000 people now currently living in hotels, temporary housing, or tents on the beach. What does the future look like for people now on the streets? And are tourists coming back to Maui helping or aggravating the situation of those currently displaced?
We have made it to Lahaina. This is your first time here?
Yes, sir.
When I came here, half this joint was blocked off. It was fully burnt down. This is what stands. Roughly 1 year later, a lot of this is razed completely. Who am I here with?
This is Brian with...
Yeah, this is like a separate thing from the indigenous issues we've been talking about for most of this episode, but like the way that the government handled this, there's so much sketchy stuff about this. I absolutely hate it. It reeks of bad foul play.
With Maui Gravel and Soil, I deliver gravel and soil to people all over Maui.
What's changed in the last year or so since the Lahaina fires?
Well, we're rebuilding Lahaina. Businesses like mine that deliver dump trucks of gravel and aggregate for construction purposes are very busy. And everybody's just trying their best to do their part to rebuild.
Are tourists welcome in Maui right now?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. You know, tourists is where the lion's share of the money comes from. We ask that the tourists show respect for the fire victims, but that time has passed. So the tourists, of course, are welcome here on Maui. It's going to take a decade or longer to fully rebuild the town of Lahaina.
We just opened this store in the spring of last year, and it was just kind of really getting going. We were getting ramped up, and then the fires happened, and we actually didn't know if this area survived for a few days. It took a long time, and it's still really not back as far as business. I mean, by this time in a summer season, we should be cranking. Everything's booked, lines out the door, which is obviously not happening. If they walked in last summer and asked me, can I book a boat tomorrow, I would laugh at them.
So right now, can I book a boat? You could. Okay. Brother Jay, how long you been here in Maui?
27 years, bro.
Okay. Were you here when Lahaina fires happened?
Yeah, we was here, bro. We was here. My wife's born and raised up Lahaina Luna. I'm from the other side of the island, yeah?
Where you from before Maui?
Atlanta, Georgia.
So you have the Hawaiian accent, though?
Yeah, been out here a long time.
You're a full-on brother now?
I'm a hybrid.
What's going on here in Lahaina?
Same bro. There's no water.
No drinking water?
No water in the land. There's no water in the pipes. There's no water for nothing, bro.
But I've been here for 16 years, almost my whole adult life.
As a haole, I don't know if that's a pejorative coming from me, are you welcome to come and move here? How has your experience been?
I find moving here to be a touchy subject.
Yes. You can't hide that you're obviously not Hawaiian.
No, I'm embarrassingly white.
Sure.
In general, with that question, I find that if one comes out here with a heart of respect and knowing that this land has a lot of history, a lot of mistrust, a lot of tragedy, you know, you don't come out here approaching it like Disneyland.
Sure.
You come out here approaching it with respect and wanting to learn and wanting to value the land and the culture, then you don't have a problem.
Can you explain your tattoo on your face? That thing looks pretty cool.
So this is our family. When I was brought over and brought into the Hawaii Kingdom, it was through a family on Molokai. We started living the kahea and living the life and learning and educating. And so really this is just our family genealogy. It's the watermen of Molokai.
What are your thoughts on brothers not from here or maybe just like from California getting a tattoo of like a turtle in Hawaiian fashion?
I don't give a fuck what they do.
Okay.
I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Each his own journey, bro. Each his own journey.
How important is tourism to the economy, holistically?
Exceedingly important.
Okay.
I say it to people all the time, thank you for coming, thank you for visiting us. We all want to live and eat here, and to live and eat here, many of us rely on tourism as an industry, for better or for worse.
Okay. Did you feel okay coming here to Maui 1 year later after the fire, or was there some weirdness or some hesitation?
We never thought of anything. Okay. We didn't hesitate. We just decided to come.
How's your experience been?
It's been awesome.
Beautiful out here, yeah?
Yeah, oh, very.
But it's expensive. Well,
I'm Mexican. I have a Hawaiian family that call me their Hanai son.
Okay.
So that's why I have.
Oh, yo, can we see it?
They call me their adopted son, so I'm on the family portrait.
This is what we want to see, David. We want to see people here feeling welcome to come back, say what's up. All right, so right ahead of us, we see the death of what once was Lahaina and the new Lahaina, whatever that will look like. We have straight ahead of us, Bank of Hawaii, Fork and Salad coming soon, Lahaina Cannery. It looks like they're gonna turn this place into something completely not like what it once was. There's going to be an entirely new Lahaina.
While Maui was years away from rebuilding what once was, I met up with David's uncle, Walter, a Hawaiian OG descended from royal blood, to hear his thoughts on the rapid change of Hawaii in his lifetime, the effects of tourism on the island, and the seemingly inevitable fading of the Hawaiian culture. He also just happens to be on the FBI watch list for exposing some dark truth.
All right, we're getting spicy. FBI watch lists on this guy. Let's hear it.
Hawaii in his lifetime, the effects of tourism on the island, and the seemingly inevitable fading of the Hawaiian culture. He also just happens to be on the FBI watch list for exposing some dark truths in the documentaries he made about the islands in his free time.
Our view.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry.
Of Maui is not the.
About the islands in his.
That's an 8-subscriber channel. I'm sure it's not now after he was featured in a Tyler Oliveira video with 4.4 million views, but like, I don't think that these videos got him on an FBI watch list. That's crazy. Whatever.
His free time.
Our view of Maui is not the same anymore. You know, it's not the same anymore. I remember when Maui never had any traffic lights. I remember when the first traffic lights in Kaului, there was one light up in Wailuku town. And then all of a sudden, traffic lights came from all over. When it was just stop signs, people used to stop at the sign and wave to their friend across at the other stop sign and tell them, hey, you know what? My daughter's got a birthday party Friday. You guys want to come? Yeah. And the other guy on the other stop sign would say, oh, I can come too. Yeah, you can come too. And that's how Maui was, you know. Everybody was friends. Everybody had aloha.
That sounds
now
nice.
that get the traffic lights, get 3 cars running through the red light.
I may have done that on accident today. On accident.
What is this world coming to? No, we're not mad at the people that came. It's just the change that this island. Because I believe
I feel the same way about Haitians in Ohio. We're not mad at the people that came, but it's the change.
Hawaiians left.
We're going to come back, and we're going to kidnap you if you're down. Okay. Unc, we just had an hour-plus drive to get here. Where are we at? Tell me about this place.
This place is called Kahiki Nui.
When did you end up with this land?
Back in the 1990 something, but this land consists of 20,000 acres, and this is Hawaiian homeland. Right.
How much do you think this would sell for on the market?
Priceless.
Priceless?
Right.
$1 billion view, in my opinion.
Right.
Billion with a B.
Whoa, wait a minute. Okay, this comment from Daniel, which is coming from Twitter, so no one can see it on YouTube unless I have it up. I'm going to find receipts, but when I arrived, there was a descendant of Kamehameha who locked the gates to the palace. I think I remember, because I went to the palace the last time I was on Oahu, and kidnapping tourists and workers inside. State police and Honolulu police related to the alleged perps couldn't figure out who had jurisdiction. Royalty couldn't find the throne to sit on, so everyone was released. Huh. That's interesting.
And speaking of billionaires, Oprah lives out here somewhere,
mahalo
right?
is a great word. Wait, they said Oprah lives out here. There's no blue roof there, though.
Speaking of billionaires, Oprah lives out here somewhere.
That's not her house. That is not her house. That has not a blue roof.
All right?
Yeah.
It's also not big enough.
I imagine she paid a lot more than you did to live here, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So I'm honored and I'm privileged to be here.
And you also have a crazy story on your dad's side too, right?
Yeah, he had some land up in Waihe, and the plantation owner, sugar plantation, needed the land. They tried to convince him that he should move out so many times, and he wouldn't do it. Finally, they accused him of having
leprosy.
Okay. And they shipped him to the island of Molokai. And I know that he wasn't the only one.
And he didn't even have leprosy?
When he died, the autopsy showed no signs of leprosy.
So that was a tactic.
They shipped him to another island for having leprosy? What year was this? I thought that was like a, what the hell?
What Americans were using to steal land from?
To get the land.
Okay.
He died in the leprosy colony with no leprosy.
Taken from his family, his friends. Okay.
It's not easy to come out here and build. And
Did you build this house right here?
Yeah.
Bare hands?
Yeah.
Dang. Can we see the guns?
Guns?
Yeah. Let's say the average Hawaiian. Are they going to end up on the mainland just getting driven out, or are they going to end up on the streets out here? There's only so much land. And
you know, the Department of Hawaiian Homes, they should address the problem. Why people are leaving? Why are people leaving? And they got so much land. There's so much land, like 20,000 acres over here. And only 20 of us got homes. Why don't they let more?
When did you start noticing millionaires and billionaires coming in here and buying second homes, vacation homes, turning them into Airbnbs, and now forcing property taxes to go up that they can't afford?
Well, I noticed it.
I don't know about people. I don't know about people moving there and living there. Like, that's a separate thing. But I unequivocally, I think it's completely wrong to be buying up second homes in a place with such limited land. That's messed up.
Late 60s and the early 70s.
Okay.
You know, the winter birds are coming in. If we didn't welcome foreigners, I wouldn't have my wife.
I see. There she is. 50 years of happy marriage, right?
51 years.
So he built this with his bare hands, for context. We're at the bed, double bunk bed.
Yeah, for the kids.
It's beautiful. It's kind of, it's so quiet out here. It gets me. I've been to such a quiet, no noise pollution, no light pollution, no pollution at all. You told me Oprah lives around here. Do you think there's that sort of aloha I give to you and you give back to me mentality when it comes to like the ultra rich and some of these people building resorts?
A leading
Honestly,
question,
they got money to throw away.
Yeah.
And so they keep buying and buying and buying. And that's their privilege. So you can't stop them from doing it. You can help so many people.
I mean, I don't have Oprah money or anything like that, but I think the perspectives alone have value.
If my father can do, then I can do. Whatever he can do, I can do. You know, so your job is to let people know that they can do. I listen to the voice of my ancestors. They cry out to me, return to the land of Kahiki Nui. Ualohe au ina leo o nā kupuna. Kahea la kou I au. E ho I oe I Kahiki Nui. Ka aina o kou kupuna. E ho I oe I Kahiki Nui. Ka aina o koa loa. Ah, kia kua. Make au e nana I kou maka. When I came...
Yo, like, oratory is like a skill and like a practice that has definitely gone out of style quite a bit in recent times. And I don't know a word of what that dude just said besides I heard aloha. And like, am I alone in thinking that like that sounded powerful? Like, there's this idea of words being like spells basically when you're talking, and like words said with intention like that. That was, you know, there's very few people I've met in my life, especially over video. Like, talking in person is a different experience, but like there was a power in what he was saying.
First came to the land out here. I came out here and I was camping on the grass. And in the middle of the night, an owl came in, perched himself right on my shoulders. The thing that came to my mind was, if this is the owl's home and I'm in his home, then he's welcoming me home. And
yeah, right. Like, he took it seriously, so it must mean something, right? And like, that's what I mean. Like, you can feel the intention behind like those types of words. Yeah, I didn't know Dulles had anything to do with Hawaii, but I know that I hate Dulles, and I don't remember why, and I hate that there's an airport named after him. But yeah, they really screwed this place up for profit, and that's disgusting. Voice of his ancestors are blocking your howly ears, can't hear it.
And that night I also wrote that song.
Major shout out to Uncle Walter, David, and Jamin. Go subscribe to David and Jamin to learn more about the culture of Hawaii as they start their new YouTube channel, and check out Walter's documentaries below. Thanks for watching.
All right. Now I got to pick which one I'm doing next. I didn't have one. No, I have a few queued up. I know what we're going to do. How he named it was the Jew capital versus the Muslim capital of America. And I think this is where most of people's issues, like this guy never does anything bad. And he ends up getting, Alan Dulles was known for Bay of Pigs and MK Ultra. Okay. Now I know why I hate him. Yeah. And the Secretary of State for Eisenhower. I don't really have negative feelings of Eisenhower. I don't know too much about him, but I generally like the guy. But yes, Jew capital versus the Muslim capital of America. And I think he gets hate just for the way he phrases things, which is not something that bothers me personally. Because to me, if you watch his videos, it's clear that this guy has good intentions and he wants to hear from many different people. And he does a lot for like indigenous people. Like we just watched all these different videos, and maybe like he listens to indigenous people, which is what a lot of these people would be claiming they want. But yes, let's do, we're doing it. The Jew capital versus Muslim capital of America. The way he phrased that, I think people have an issue with, but I don't care. I think it's funny.
It's Brooklyn, the Jew capital of America, and recently famous for the Jewish tunnels. And this is Dearborn,
this
Michigan,
is back
the
then.
Muslim capital of America, recently in the news for this clip. Both of these groups,
they were screaming death to America in Michigan. That's a cultural difference I am not okay with. If you're screaming death to America, you should not be in America. That is crazy.
We've seen a rapid increase in harassment and hate with the ongoing war between the Palestinians and Israel in Gaza. But how different are these two religions? And what do they really stand for? On my way to Brooklyn to meet up with the Hasidic Jews in Crown Heights, I learned of Columbia University students protesting in support of Palestine, setting up a liberated zone on campus, and then this happened.
Listen to me now. They are not letting me on campus. Civil right as a Jewish person to be on campus.
I don't know if civil rights apply to you being allowed on campus, and I don't think it applies to private citizens blocking your access.
As a professor, I am a professor here. I have every right to be everywhere on campus.
Okay. Not a civil right, though. Like, this is not a civil rights issue. Well, right? Am I wrong here? Am I misinterpreting civil rights? But, like, if the government's not doing it to you, it's not a civil rights issue. And are they blocking you because you're Jewish? Maybe that would make it a civil rights issue, but it's still like private people. It's not the cops doing it. I don't know.
You cannot let people that support Hamas on campus and me, a professor, not go on campus. Let me in now.
Before I infiltrate the university and see
Good
the
question,
camp,
Finkel.
I wanted to hear what some of the protesters...
Unless the context of that is that he was explicitly being blocked because he's Jewish. But then again, it's still not a civil rights issue because it's not being violated by police. Unless it was being violated by police. I think we'll find out in this video.
...had to say.
Wait, who are those people checking? And they let that guy in? He's Asian? Were they just blocking Jewish people? I'm like nominally on the side of the Palestinians on this, but like these protests, they always feel so fucking dumb to me. Just absolutely dumb. Whatever.
We made it to Columbia. Let's see what's
like,
going on.
Not the reason they're doing it, but like the way it's carried out. Like, whatever.
Yeah. What are you here
It's just so performative. Okay.
for?
I'm here to protest against Hamas.
Can you tell me what that means?
What that means to me personally is making louder noise than they're making. Hamas has done some terrible things, and they are a plague upon both the Israeli and the Arab world, and I hope that Israel defeats them soon.
Many people who feel that the Palestinian people are being slaughtered, and we're saying not in our name. My age said it about Vietnam, not in my name, apartheid, not in my name, and all the different mass movements for justice. And that's what's happening here, supporting the students. Some people think that Jewish people have to defend Israel. I come from a long line of Jewish people. My relative.
Yeah, I've been seeing on Twitter recently, by the way. I was going to do a thread on this and then I just didn't do it. But the support for Israel from American Jews is absolutely not as pronounced as a lot of people claim it is. I had seen somebody claim that it was like 90% of American Jews support Israel, and that just isn't true in any way, based on the polling that I had seen, which I think was either from Gallup or Pew Research, which is where I get most of my numbers from. I trust them quite a bit.
Were killed in the Holocaust, but all of whom fought against injustice. And I think that is a tradition of Jewish people, not to continue to defend Israel blindly, no matter what's happening.
So when they say
I basically, like, I have nothing, I'm not Jewish, so I have nothing to say about the Jewish part, but the rest of it, I essentially agree with her take. Not that this is about that. I'm going to try to stay to the content of the video. I don't want to get too politically in there, but like, yeah, I'm not even.
stand for Hamas or they're in support of Hamas, what does that mean?
From my perspective, and again, I understand that they might not understand what they're saying.
Sure.
What I see is I support the organization that killed my friend in Gaza 3 months ago. I support the organization that has been raining down rockets on civilians for literally decades. I cannot see a situation in which we will have peace with the organization Hamas.
We're here to support the Jewish brothers and sisters from all this
Also, look, it's true, and this is public, you can just Google this. Netanyahu explicitly has supported Hamas for the explicit purpose of preventing Palestinian statehood. So take that however you want.
Semitic scum that are standing across from us.
Anti-Semitic scum. Okay, right. People don't want, but okay.
And release the hostages.
Release the hostages is normal.
There are thousands of look. I don't want to get into the politics of it, but it's like so factually screwed up. And this is the thing of like the legitimacy of certain organizations. Israel has thousands of Palestinian hostages. They don't call them hostages. They say that they're arrested, but they're still hostages. The fact that they're called hostages just has to do with the legitimacy of that organization. And that should be true regardless of what side of this you're talking about, of this that you're on.
Number one priority.
What do you think they're here in support of?
They're here in support of hate the Jews. They're not here to support Gaza. If they want to go to Gaza to help anybody of the Palestinians, they should go there to Gaza.
Then why aren't you in Israel, dude? Why are you here? If that's how you feel about it.
So when someone says free Palestine, what does that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean? That's a good idea. It actually means nothing. There really is no Palestine. There's no place on the map that...
Maybe I shouldn't watch this one. We're going to power through it because I started it, but there is a place called Palestine. It's been called Palestine for a very long time. It's just wrong. It's just wrong information. And this is the type of thing, like, that would be considered extraordinarily offensive to other people to like deny the history of a people. Like it's the same type of stuff that, God, whatever.
That's Palestine.
And are most of these people here in support of Hamas or the Palestinians? And what is this?
Most of these people don't know what they're here.
I support the two-state solution.
You don't even know that Palestine was a thing.
So I do not align 100% with all of their agenda, which is probably a one-state solution or something. I fully support that, like, Palestinian human rights are important, and like even.
Am I crazy, or does she have like a Chinese accent?
In war, there has to be morality of war.
We're offering first-class free tickets to Gaza for any of these supporters who would like to go there and support him.
Yo, this is crazy. Multiple of these people are like, go to Gaza, but like, what would these people say if you're like, okay, leave America, go to Israel, which is the same thing? I don't understand.
Hamas and, really support their cause.
Thank you. Yeah, probably Indonesian. I used to live in Indonesia. I should have recognized that, but I couldn't see her face, so I couldn't see her phenotype. But like with that accent and wearing a hijab, probably Muslim. Maybe she was just wearing that. But like, yeah, Indonesia would make the most sense.
I mean, put their money where their mouth is, and we'll actually pay for it.
They could go fight.
They could fight. They can do aid. They could bandage the militants. They could give blood to the militants. And all the girls here can go sleep with the militants and be one of their wives. It would be amazing. They would love it. They'd be welcomed. Especially the LGBTQ community especially would really love it there. I can't believe people are spending this much money to get so stupid. And
How much does it cost to go to school here?
I believe it's around $80,000-$90,000 a year. If you study history, especially if you're Jewish, you're a bit sensitive to this behavior because anti-Zionism is quickly turning into anti-Jewish.
Feel safe to
Well, you're associating Jews with Israel so much.
be Jewish out here in New York City 2024?
On college campuses, it's kind of terrifying. Get in there and you see people basically holding signs that I saw one that was, the Jews on this campus are Hamas's next targets. It's like, that is unbelievable. I mean, I saw a photo that was literally protesters stopping Jewish students from getting into buildings. That's like that.
All right. This is not, I don't think this is that fun. Give me a 1 in the chat if you want to skip this video and a 2 in the chat if you want to keep watching it. Okay, well, I already have 2 people saying they're staying. They want to keep watching it. What do you guys think? There's like 25 people watching. I'm sure I'm not going to get it from everybody, but 1 to skip the video, 2 to keep watching it. After a few minutes, I'll just take the thing. I'll leave it playing for now, but 1 to skip, 2 to keep watching it.
Straight up anti-Semitism. I think there are people that are a little more naive in the camp that do have good hearts that want the right thing, which is just to end bloodshed for people that don't deserve it. But you get lumped in with the worst ideologies that are a part of it, which includes wanting all Jews in the region just dead, supporting Hamas. You ask them what they think about Jews, and I've seen people say scum, like scum of the earth, dirty, like.
Oh my God, for every 1, I keep getting another 2. So it's still 50-50.
Yada, yada, yada.
With so many opinions on both sides, I wanted to hear from the actual students occupying Columbia and understand their motives. But it turns out they only talked to pre-approved press.
They said they have no press policy right now.
All right,
what do you mean?
We're 50-50, so we'll stay with what we're doing.
Designated people?
Can we be on background?
What do you mean? Like,
you know what on background means?
No. What does it mean?
I've never heard that term either. What does that mean? And why was he so why did he stop talking to him when he said that? Why didn't he just explain it? What a dickhead.
These aren't serious journalists. They don't know what on background means.
Dude, I've hated everybody in this video. Okay, we're getting more 2s. Skip it. All right. Or not skip it. 2 was to keep watching it. Dude, I don't like his attitude here. This is just a serial freaking protester. He'd probably protest against cat food if he knew that it was getting popular on Twitter. What a loser.
So, what do you mean? He said we're not serious journalists. We don't know what on background means.
Given that I am, in fact, just a college dropout with a camera, I began
He never claimed he was a journalist, by the way. For the love of God.
Scouting the entirety of the school's perimeter and quickly learned it was near impossible to enter the school without a student ID or without being pre-approved press. This place was crawling with NYPD and security everywhere. So I tried to sneak my way in with a group of other Columbia students going to school.
Pocket it?
Hello. Kiki. We're not allowed to record inside.
Oh, I see.
You guys can go ahead and talk. You guys don't
Got it. Okay, so we definitely had access. I blame Pasha's blue jacket right now. Point to blue jacket. So the question is, how does one get in the schools? The police are blocking off every corner out here, doing their job, I get it, trying to remain peaceful out here, maintain the peace, etc. What's going on inside here?
There's the teachers and the faculty,
Teachers, faculty, students, in a bunch of tents?
There's students in the tents and the faculty and the teachers are up there.
Got it. How many people would you say are in tents right now? Like a couple hundred?
Yeah, a couple hundred.
And that's been pretty consistent last couple days?
Yeah, I think so.
Probably.
Bingo, are you talking about when I said I basically hate all of these people, on both sides of it? That's the appeal? Appreciate it. Yes. We're just going to say, we're going to watch this video and we're going to rag on everybody involved besides Tyler Oliveira.
An important thing right there.
So my next idea was,
what a douchebag that guy was. Did that piss anybody else off when he's just like, these aren't serious journalists. They don't know what on background means. Bro, shut up.
To go undercover as a protester, buy a scarf, put on 2 face masks, and raise the pitch of my voice to sound less threatening. I managed to sneak.
Raise the pitch of my voice. to sound less threatening. Yeah, dude.
Past a
He gets
security
it.
guard playing
He
a game
gets
on
it.
his mobile phone, and I had infiltrated Colombia. After entering the People's University for Palestine, I learned that everyone here was on high alert if you weren't pre-approved press.
Unless you've been media trained, try to avoid putting the boundaries and just know like we're improving our like ability to secure people's privacy, but it's still working on it. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, you got it. For sure.
I focused on observing as much as I could without raising too much suspicion, and luckily enough, I'd arrived just in time for a speech and an interpretive dance.
An interpretive dance. An interpretive dance. This is going to be very, very helpful for the people in Gaza. I'm really glad that they're doing this. This is a good allocation of resources, guys.
We just wanted to like show the message here, the importance of like cutting the ties between Colombia and these companies. So for example, BlackRock, who we all hate, Chevron, Airbnb.
Wait a minute.
So for example, BlackRock, who we all
Okay, hate for BlackRock. I'm with her a little bit. I don't like her accent. I don't know where it's from. It sounds foreign. I don't like that. But yeah, we hate BlackRock here. Pretty sure. I think that's pretty universal, right? Screw BlackRock.
hate, Chevron, Airbnb.
Airbnb. I hate Airbnb. Oh my god, dude. Ugh.
Regardless of race, regardless of sexual orientation,
Dude. Oh my god. I can't believe I'm watching this.
no matter what, the consensus is we want to free Palestine, and showing out the numbers really exposes who has the power.
Despite the sheer number of protesters out here,
Look,
there are
numbers doesn't equal power. Interpretive dance does not equal power. It's money. And that's a fact. Yeah, maybe it's not a fact. You know, just put the 2 in there again. Oh my god. Hey, please like the video. I would appreciate it if you did. Subscribe if you're not. More of this crap. Good lord.
are almost unanimously masked up and uninterested in sharing their thoughts on what this camp stood for.
Hi there. Can I see what's inside? I think this is such a good thing. Are there people in there?
Dude, the voice that he's giving up, it's so good. That's how liberal men sound. Okay.
Oh, I see. I see, okay. What does it offer? Because it's such a peaceful protest. I think it's such a good thing.
Yeah, so we have a bunch of different providers around here, just of the nature of being a college protest.
I missed that. I missed that. Decarbonize the colonoscopy. What does that mean? Was that really in there? And what did he just ask?
What does it offer? Because it's such a peaceful protest. I think it's such a good thing.
Yeah, so we have a bunch of different providers around here, just of the nature of being a college protest. I'm an EMT.
Daniel, it's Illegitimate Scholar. The link should be actually on my profile. If you're on Twitter and you want to go to the YouTube, there's a lot of other conversation going on in the comment section. Go to my profile. It's the link that's on my profile, like at the top in my bio.
We have some first responders, we have doctors, nurses. We're not operating in any official capacity, but
Are you even allowed to do that?
Even if there are necessarily
I don't think you're allowed.
Ways, which thank God.
I don't think you're legally allowed to just set up a first aid station with no training. You probably do more harm than good. That's crazy.
There are not.
There have been
Wait, you're at a college. How do you have no doctors or nurses or anything? There's got to be somebody out there. Whatever.
Right? It's just that originally someone had a seizure when we did not have any tents up.
What are you gonna do? You're not even a nurse.
And since then, we've decided to just like consolidate a bunch of different like medical supplies.
What? What is she? Okay.
And medical responders, just in case anyone needs some help.
Yeah.
You good? Yeah, I'm good. Are you recording?
Yeah. Just been walking around. Oh yeah. I walked up, just recording.
Yeah, we don't want any recording around the Yes.
This black girl just did what white girls normally do to black girls, which is come up and colonize the situation and shut them down. Whatever.
Sorry, I thought you were just asking.
Okay. Just trying to show how peaceful this is.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your
Have a
time.
good one.
Thank you.
Yet, as I had my headshot taken by this dude, the hypocrisy was obvious.
Like the interview? Thank you. Okay.
As lunchtime began,
I would have followed that guy around with the camera after he did that. He took a picture. You're not allowed to take pictures, brother. What's going on?
Pressed to witness a compliance test in real time as the protesters echoed the lunch options to their comrades.
I want that falafel. I love falafel, dude. That's my favorite.
But given that I was not pre-approved press, my cover was eventually blown.
Taking pictures of people's faces here.
Go find that other guy then. Get him out. Get him out.
So if you could just be mindful of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
While the liberated zone seemingly voiced unanimous support for Palestine, I found these dudes in the back holding an American flag.
You guys are all students at Columbia here?
Yes, sir.
Are you guys Jewish?
No,
No?
stepping back up for America. You know, we're
Hell yeah, brother. I said I was going to hate everybody in this video, but I do not hate these guys. Yes, these are my type of guys.
back, baby. We're not gonna let this country fall.
American flags were also burned here?
I don't know if it was burned off campus or on campus, but apparently something happened last night. So,
what do you think they're protesting for or against? What is their objective?
Not too sure, because I don't know if their protesting is going to have anything to do with the war going on over in the Middle East. Most of them probably just want to be affiliated with something.
Yes,
Most of them have,
dude, he's right. He's absolutely right. Oh my God.
No affiliation with Palestine. They don't really want to talk to anybody, you know? Yeah, I think they're just young kids, you know, a little immature. They don't really know how to handle something like this.
Dude, that guy's playing air guitar? Oh, hell yeah, brother.
So I don't really blame them half much. I credit them for their devotion and their loyalty for what they're doing. But
and he has a very balanced take, which you found in neither of them. Absolutely neither of them. Yeah, all hail the falafel. That should be the chant we got going on.
I think they're a little bit.
I love the background music you put on this.
How to actually get things done. I think they're going about it the wrong way. But honestly, I don't really care about that. I just have to do with the flag.
This is a USA rally right here.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
USA rally.
Ben Berquam, Real America's Voice News. I think God bless these guys for being up here. And what one of the guys said, the people here don't appreciate. We got these guys down here, I would say mostly misguided. They want to destroy this country from within. We're in a battle for the future of our nation, and this is evidence of that. College campuses across America that have allowed leftist, communist, America haters to take it over, and this is what you get. And if we don't stand up as a country, we're going to lose this nation.
You go to Columbia?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on this protest?
I mean, honestly, if they didn't call for the murder of my entire family and all of my friends,
okay, so this guy
would have been like pretty wicked cool. But
he's also not at the Israeli side of the protest. He's on the America side.
I think people like sitting on my lawn and like crying for the murder of my family is
Wait, someone shit on his lawn? Was that a metaphor?
not very cool. I personally got spit on for speaking Hebrew on campus.
When was it?
Whoa. Okay.
This was like right after October 7th. All of my Israeli friends and most of my Jewish friends are too scared to go on campus. I just came down from downtown, thought I'd read a little. Robert, I don't know if you know, but Robert Kraft kind of pulled out.
I saw that.
A significant Jewish donor. I don't think Jews can be here if they...
I didn't even know Robert Kraft was Jewish. He got spit on. I mean, that's obviously not okay regardless of it, but like if he's just being Jewish, if he's just existing as a Jewish person on campus and doesn't have any Israeli stuff, like he's not doing anything, then that's like way worse. Both still bad. This is America. People shouldn't be spit on for what's free speech, but like, yeah, I don't like that.
I feel unsafe on this campus. It's not cool, and I'm like, I love protests. Like, I'm a big protest guy, but this is
Many
scary.
people think that. See you, Bob.
So we agreed to community guidelines by virtue of walking in. Is this how this works?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Well, we didn't sign
This guy seems a little scared, and I would be too if the other stuff he was saying was true.
anything.
No, this is my lawns. I pay for these lawns.
You pay what, 90 grand a year to come here?
Yeah, I pay a lot of money, man.
You pay full tuition?
Yeah, a little bit of financial aid.
So behind us as well, we have... Hello. We're just walking through.
Daniel, if you want to, you should be able to put YouTube on dark mode.
Thank you. Okay. Besides the implicit community guidelines concept, I would say a relatively chill experience. I think my time has come.
Can I get the tents?
No, well, it's like impossible to avoid people's faces.
Okay, like I get that they're like enforcing these rules here, but like they really have no right to be enforcing these rules. They like obviously they are, and that's because they are the people in control of the monopoly on violence in this place. I mean, I guess I don't think there's a situation where this group of women and pathetic excuses for men are gonna like actually do violence, but they got the numbers. I'd like to see what would happen if he's like, no, I'm not going to stop filming. No, I'm not going to do it. No, it's in public. I don't think he's going to do that, but.
Filming the tent.
I can't even just record.
Well, I mean, when you came in, you agreed to the community guidelines, right? And so one of them.
Did I sign something?
Enforce
No, you
it.
didn't say you didn't
Oh, I
sign
see.
it.
I'm
This
just.
is a good faith agreement. Right?
I see.
A good faith agreement.
Okay.
Enforce your rules. Who do you have to enforce your rules? This is where the problems come in, right?
That makes sense.
After witnessing the Columbia Liberated Zone before protesters broke into a building,
Daniel,
were
that's for
arrested
you.
by
If you want to come to
NYPD, and the
YouTube,
camp
you
was
obviously
shut
don't.
down.
I'd
I
stream
met
on
up with
both.
Ahmed in the Muslim capital of America, Dearborn, Michigan, and Rabbi Yoni in the Jew capital of America, Crown Heights, Brooklyn, to better understand both sides of this conflict by entering communities that have brought their culture from the Middle East and maintained it in the U.S. The synagogue.
Let's go to the synagogue.
All right.
So out of all Hasidic groups, we delve deeply into the thought and understanding of why did God create the world in the first place? And what does it mean to have a soul? And what's our greater mission to the outside world? How do we see non-Jews or non-Hasidic Jews?
So we headed into the synagogue that made national news a few months ago for illegally expanding the synagogue. And for this. It's open to the public.
Dude, that's crazy
All right.
video.
How many people come in here every day, would you say?
On a daily basis, thousands.
Thousands?
It's hustling and bustling. So here they're doing the afternoon prayers of Mincha. So we pray 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, and evening. So he's doing the afternoon prayers. And yeshiva study going on here. Prayers, learning, charity. Look at all these charity boxes. Right now, it's kind of empty in here. If you come back during prayer service.
Oh, this is empty?
This is empty.
So during Passover, this is going to be packed.
Packed. You wouldn't even be able to stand there. There would be thousands of people there.
I know these are Hasidic Jews, so I'm looking for signs of incest. It's not a Jewish issue broadly, but I think for Hasidics, it's quite the thing. Not reaching. I hope I don't get kicked off YouTube for this, but not reaching the levels of the Pakistani Muslims in the UK, but or the Amish. Well, maybe about the Amish. I don't know. I don't know what the rates are, but they're a thing.
So the situation overseas, there was no security when we walked in. Is it dangerous to be here on a day-to-day basis? Does stuff go down?
We have God as our security.
Okay.
The Guardian of Israel doesn't slumber nor sleep.
Interesting. So you don't have any safety concerns?
No, we don't try to be reckless, and we're not. There are, as you saw outside, there was NYPD and the local sort of patrol that keeps an eye. So there is an eye. There's cameras.
Wait, is it a dangerous
The
time to be a
NYPD
Jew
set up a perimeter?
from your perspective?
Absolutely not. It's never a dangerous time. As a Jew, we have to be proud of who we are. Realize we have a mission. We're called the chosen people, and the reason we're called the chosen people is because God said, "I want one nation to teach the rest of the world," and you're chosen.
Okay, well, number one, you say that. You're the one saying that. You think that you're the chosen people. I think everybody kind of thinks they're the chosen people. Whatever. I'm not going to...
You have a teacher in the classroom and you have students, so God shows up.
The way he's saying that, I mean, this is a level of... I think that this particular guy views himself as above non-Jews and maybe even non-Hasidic Jews. Just the phrasing of what he's saying.
And God said to tell the world a special message. He told us to be an Ar Lagoyim, a light unto the nations.
Right now, everyone here is in exile.
Yes. The Jews were in the Holy Land a couple thousand years ago. The Babylonians sort of kicked them out, and they were dispersed to all 4 corners of the globe.
Where did the expansion happen? Is it downstairs?
No, that's over there.
Oh, it's literally right over there.
We have that plywood over there. See how it's different than the rest?
Right over there.
Yeah, right there.
Oh, so they sealed it off.
Yeah, they filled it up. They put cement, and people were very upset.
Oh, this is the actual synagogue where it happened. This makes way more sense now.
They thought it was anti-Semitism.
Okay, that was a good joke. We're going to go back on that.
And the rest?
Right over there.
Yeah, right there.
Oh, so they sealed it off.
Yeah, they filled it up. They put cement, and people were very upset. They thought it was anti-Semitism.
They thought it was anti-Semitism. Oh, man. Oh, that's a good one. This guy must be a dad.
And so you see it's a busy place, and you're not getting the feel of how packed it is. And then the last decade, it's, completely grown in size, so you need more room. Obviously, like a lot of stories that gets blown.
You need more room, so you just dig a tunnel, and there's mattresses, soiled mattresses down there, and a bunch of other weird stuff, and it's threatens the integrity of large buildings, and you're just like, yeah, we just gotta dig. We're the chosen people. It's our land. Whatever, dude.
Out of proportion.
What's one thing you think people misunderstand about Hasidic Jews?
What do you call a drunk rabbi?
A person comes over and we're not nice to them. It's not It's not because we're not nice. We try to be nice to everyone, and there's nothing wrong of us. Everyone is different. Yeah, people think that we're closed, and we don't. We like to live in our community, and the community lives.
Well, you are closed, and that's fine, though. Like, I think that's fine if you want to live. Like, everybody should be allowed to live in like a community of who they perceive to be their own people. I just wish other people were allowed the same luxury to be allowed to do that.
Lives together. We're basically one. We're all one. Everything is for one reason, to make God.
It's maybe also a little, counter to like what America stands for, to have insular communities, but it's not just Hasidic Jews. It's also like the Amish and whatever. I think that when these start, like these insular communities, when they grow and everything, regardless of who's making them, I mean, they can be a real problem.
Happy.
For the cohesion of a country at whole.
What do you think the fundamental source of anti-Semitism is?
Because the Jews are successful and they have a way of thinking in the right direction, and they're successful.
While the Jewish community is seemingly hated more than ever right now, with the exception of the Holocaust, of course, the Muslim community is facing accusations of being homophobic, violent, and terroristic, and this protester in Dearborn recently did not help.
Everybody doing that. Everybody doing that chanting. Deported. Like, you got to go. It's crazy that this is like allowed. I know there's no laws about saying death to America, but why are you here? Why are you here, dude?
Malcolm X said, and I quote, "We live in one of the rottenest countries that has ever existed on this earth. It's not Genocide Joe that has to go. It's the entire system that has to go."
Quiet struggle over identity is...
Dude, I mean, he's talking revolution. Like, this is crazy. Oh my God.
Playing out in Muslim communities nationwide, advocates say. Dearborn has been leading the conversation, a model of peaceful coexistence.
This is Dearborn, Michigan now. They were in Crown Heights, which for the non-Americans here, Crown Heights in Brooklyn, this is where they had the tunnel Jews thing, and also where a lot of Jews in Brooklyn broadly, but also Crown Heights specifically, they live... that's like where a lot of Jews live, specifically Hasidic Jews, but also others. And then Dearborn, Michigan is a place that has a lot of Muslims in America.
Between Christian, Jewish, and Muslim Americans thriving together. Many Dearborners grieved the dead on 9/11/2001. Outsiders have used the city over the past 20 years as a stage for conspiracy theories, bigotry, and hate.
Okay, conspiracy theories. I don't know what he's referring to here, but when there is a large group of people, like, I don't have a problem with Muslims. I used to live in Indonesia, Muslim country. I have Muslim friends. Like, it's fine. Be Muslim, whatever. But chanting death to America, no matter who you are, like, that's a problem. And it's not anti-Muslim to say that. Yeah, 100 years ago, those people would be unalived publicly. By the way, hearing from a Turkish dude who I assume, I mean, most of Turkey's Muslim, right? But it's Muslim. Obviously, like, this shouldn't be a crazy thing. Yeah, Hasidic Jews, their pH balance is off. It's hilarious.
This community has been an epicenter of anti-Muslim hate and xenophobia.
I think Islam hates us.
We got Sanaa, Dr. Khalid with Professional Ties. So we got everything insulated in the community. We are in Little Middle East out here, which is cool. Shout out the United States of America. This is one of the few places in the world I feel like where you can have a melting pot of all these cultures. Where do you think people got the idea that Islam was a religion of violence and not peace?
That one fucking president.
George Bush?
Yeah.
There is some hate here and there, but at the same time, you just...
So you had a lot of interpreters, I assume, in the military, were from Dearborn. Interpreters in what language? Like Farsi or one of the other ones?
How is it being a Muslim in 2024?
For me, it's pretty simple, but for the younger ones, it is kind of difficult. I don't know if you guys heard, about a year ago or 2 years ago, there was an incident where books were placed in the library in the private public schools. Nobody knew about it until somebody came on.
Like gay books? Yes. Like how to have sex, like anal sex with men, or?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
They're not meant to be in public schools.
I see.
I'm with you.
This is for me?
Yeah. Like, I've seen some of these books, and they are much more explicit than just supporting like LGBTQ rights. Like, there are explicit instances of stuff that I can't even like of what he was just talking about in books that are being passed out to far younger ages than you would think. And it's more socially acceptable for a Muslim person to complain about this in America versus a white person, which it shouldn't be. Like, that stuff's wrong. It should be wrong. I'm suspect of anybody who doesn't think so. All right, so the Turkish dude. I was born a Muslim, but I'm an atheist and jump back and forth between agnostic to theist. Yeah, fair enough, man. Turkey is one, to my knowledge, one of the more mild of religiosity. Guys, they're just as American as Apple hummus. Come on. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's cool. It ended up in my hands. Yeah. Got a copy of the Quran. I'm going to read this. Okay. Thank you so much. This would be cool to see what's going on here. So, could we interview you? We're trying to learn more about the town and the Muslim faith.
Of course. It's peaceful. It's very peaceful.
Persian,
The
Farsi.
national media
Persian,
portray
Farsi.
Dearborn like
Same thing.
Nazi,
Arabic and Pashto. Yeah.
To the contrary. Everything is like any other city, very diverse. You'll see a church.
Yeah, we saw the Orthodox, we saw the Catholic.
You'll see the bar. And it's a great city to raise a family. You have Lebanese, Yemenis, Iraqis, as far as Middle Eastern, Palestinians, Jordanians.
It's a melting pot.
Yeah.
You hear a lot of interesting things, especially on Fox News. You get so much hate in the city, but if you come down here, it's honestly one of the most hospitable, lovable communities you'll ever see. People literally follow themselves just to try to help somebody out. It's a great town, great area to raise a family, kids.
Why do you think Dearborn became a Muslim hub?
I think because of the more population of the Arabics, the Middle Easterns. So yeah, most of them, they feel like they are back home in the country. You know what I'm talking about? You could see just they walk.
Just, guys, it doesn't make any sense, right? Like, if you want the community and the culture that you're from, just stay in that country. Like, why don't we have assimilation? We're not going to have a freaking country. And that shouldn't be, I know that this is a diverse group of listeners here, which I love because I do love diversity. I love visiting other places. I have my whole channel's about other cultures. It's cultural anthropology, but like, this doesn't make any sense to have this, and we shouldn't be allowing it. Like, if you're going to move to another country, assimilate into the local and like the local culture and the national culture. This is ridiculous.
Walking with scarves, they walking with
It's like a tiny country within a country.
Yep.
I have friends of mine that are Jewish, that are Christian, that are Hindu. Everybody, food brings everybody together, so everybody loves Dearborn.
It's all love out here.
Yes.
So it's not like some warring religious factions against each other.
I don't know. Take a look.
Seems pretty peaceful. We're gonna meet up with our buddy Ahmed.
Which one?
That's a great question.
That is a great question. It's a very common name.
Ahmed,
I love that.
how you doing? We're trying to meet some locals before you came here.
He's second only to Muhammad.
Ahmed, how are you? I'm doing good. Hey, how you doing, man? We're getting treats? Yo, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You got Habibi. Wallah, thank you.
Look at this community. Yeah,
Habibi. I love that word, man.
This is awesome.
Thank you.
While both the Jewish and Muslim communities extended extreme hospitality to me and generous gifts like this fedora.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. I wear the shit out of that hat. That is
Cool.
nice, dude.
And
that is not a cheap hat. You can tell by the way that looks. That is an expensive hat. That is very nice.
Free food at this Yemenis cafe.
That's good. This is like a fruit explosion.
Yo, you bring up Daryl Davis. Food and friendship will fix a lot of things. Daryl Davis is incredible, man. He's a blues musician. He's been on Joe Rogan. I had known about him since I was a teenager, man. And this is a guy who is a blues musician who has befriended literally hundreds of KKK and neo-Nazi. Oh, he's black. Got to say that. He's black. And he has befriended hundreds of like neo-Nazi and KKK members, mostly KKK, I think, which I didn't even think was a thing, but he's been doing it since the 90s. And he like they give him his robes. They quit and they give him his robes eventually, like a lot of these guys. 200. And I got to blues musician that crossed the line for me. I'm out. And he's still doing it. I met Daryl Davis. At Freedom Fest in 2023 in Memphis. And I met him, like, I didn't get a picture with him. I don't like asking like well-known people for pictures. It would have been nice to have one. But I met him. I was super nervous. I was like talking to a man, and like I just walked up and said hi, and he was so nice. He was absolutely so nice. And like, you know, I told him I was a Marine and stuff. He asked about my life. Like I went up and like, been like, I just said, I've been watching you for a long time. I really appreciate what you do. And he just started asking about me. He was the nicest guy in the world. And then he thanks me for my service, for being a freaking mechanic in the Marine Corps for 4 years. And I'm like, no, man, like, thank you for yours. Like all you, like, very positive guy, man. And not somebody who has like, he doesn't have like he's very, very understanding, which is why I liked him so much. But yes, I got to meet Daryl Davis. That was so cool. Short conversation with him. But yeah, keep going here.
Why explosion, man? Come on, why would you pick that term?
I was even invited to a party where they circumcised the Jewish baby.
Okay. I really hope this is not one of those situations that I've heard about. Oof.
Welcome, everybody.
Keep your mouth away from that baby, dude. You better keep your mouth away from that baby. Don't you dare.
These were complete strangers who let me come to their family gathering and eat their food.
We walked in here, you guys tolerated me even walking into this. I'm kind of amazed.
Why would we not tolerate?
Yo, yes, you may have a picture with me. Smile, then walk away like they wanted it. That's hilarious. I should have done that. I met Joe Gatto of the Impractical Jokers. I met him briefly at an airport last week at LaGuardia, and I like walked past him. I was like, that's Joe Gatto. And he followed me, or I followed him. I turned around. I saw him going down an escalator. I went down the escalator and like walked up behind him. I was like, hey man, are you Joe Gatto? He's like, oh yeah, are you Frank Sampson? And I was like, oh, actually, my name's Sam. You got it pretty close. Guy was hilarious, very nice. Shook his hand and walked away. But yes, how many of my followers are military too? Quite a bit. Quite a bit. Wait, what are you guys talking about? Don't go into that. Which one? Oh yeah, I'm not going to go into the specifics of that. Counter intel in the Army. Hell yeah, brother. I was a Marine mechanic, a freaking technician. Operation Inherent Resolve, 13 to 17. Didn't do a whole lot, but that's fine. Still a big part of me.
Well, I'm not a Jew.
So what? God created.
So what? I love his accent, by the way. So what? You're not Jewish. Who cares?
This world, non-Jews also.
The beautiful thing about the Hasidic community, and specifically this one, is that it's a family. Everyone looks out for each other. You're never left alone, because that's what Judaism is about.
Yeah, that's how I heard about
caring
that,
for each other, looking out for each other,
that.
not just Jewish people, but everyone.
Both communities showed me extreme love and kindness, despite the fact that I was a complete outsider.
There seems to be a little bit of fear of me, a misrepresentation of Dearborn. Why is that?
Well, I mean, if you take a look at the news right now, for example, with what's going on with the war between Israel and Palestine, if you say you don't want people to be murdered, what can we do to minimize this, to stop this? It's like they're throwing that terrorist label out so quick. And I think that's why a lot of people are really cautious, because it's becoming very, to label someone as a terrorist is a very serious crime. It's not a joke by any means.
Yeah,
that's where a lot of the fear is stemming from. And I think with the amount of stress people are facing in this economy, there's not much difference between hopefully my life and any of the viewers' life. You're pretty much working to pay bills, try not to get obese. There's not much time to create.
Try not to get obese. American problems.
We're joking about that. Is that a real thing out here?
When you see videos
Thank you
where
for your
it's
service,
like, if you want to support, stop bombing, stop
mugs.
the killing of children, stop, just simmering things down, and then boom, they're labeled as a terrorist. That's kind of crazy, right? That kind of hinders the whole point of free speech. And from my perspective, what you see is, you have certain actions that were committed on both ends between Israel and Palestine. And you have your war initiated. What people are saying is, hey, it's often for countries to have a back and forth militarily between each other, but to continue an onslaught of children and women and families who are not fighting or not in war, that's where a lot of people, including myself, think the line should be drawn.
Considering all the different stereotypes, hatred, and confusion, I headed to the local mosque to talk with...
He just said no more Muslims on a sign. Why would you put that on a sign, bro? That's crazy. What does that even mean? Your grandfather was a POW in Japan for about 3 weeks. That is not, that is one of the places I would least like to be a POV, or a POW. That sucks. Yeah, my grandfathers were army officer, and he was an army officer, but he was actually in the Japanese theater. I think he was I think the engineers at that time weren't Marines, so they had Army engineers. And then my other grandfather was Army Airborne 501st. Yeah, the same one, not the company, but the same battalion from Band of Brothers my grandfather was. We actually thought, my dad thought forever that, and I haven't told my dad this. He won't watch this, so that's fine. But we thought forever that he was in Easy Company, the actual company in there. And I actually eventually saw his service record, and it was not Easy Company. The E looked like it was an E, but it wasn't an E. It was a different letter. I don't remember what other letter it was, but I saw why he thought it was Easy Company, but it wasn't.
With the Sheikh to learn more about what Islam was actually really about and what he thought about the current state of the world as it relates to Muslims and Jews. I believe we have a Catholic church, and then we have an Orthodox church right over there. This is a pretty impressive array of very different religions worshiping in very close proximity. This is optimistic right here. This is indicative of some world peace coming soon.
The shoes come off if we don't do it.
Okay.
Allah knew that not all mankind will follow one religion, which is Islam, right? Islam means that to submit peacefully to the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yani Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He made things subjected for you. And Allah created this universe to revolve around the human being. Everything was created to serve this human. Allah is saying that, oh my servant, I created everything for you and created you for me.
My name is Muhammad Ayad, yes.
And you're an imam?
Usually they call us either Sheikh or Sayyid. Sheikh when you wear a white turban, Sheikh, Sayyid when you wear a black one. It's different when you wear a black one, then you're one of the grandchildren of the Prophet himself. I think when it comes jurisprudentially, the Jews are the closest religion when it comes to Islam. Moses' story in the Quran mentioned in 900 verses and 163 times the name Moses was mentioned in the book Quran. I think in Gaza, also Christians, all the churches were destroyed. Jews.
Yes, and this is the thing. One of the oldest, there are many Palestinian Christians. Most are Muslim, but there are many Christians. And one of the oldest churches in the world, I think it was Orthodox, there's lots of Coptics there as well, was destroyed, which is unfortunate. And actually the family of one of our politicians, somebody I really like, libertarian, yeah, some of his family was killed in that, unfortunately.
I can't blame the Jews for that as a Muslim. It's more about the fake political Jews plus fake political Christians plus fake political Muslims. So I don't think the war in the Middle East is between Muslims and Jews.
It is a completely religious war.
But in stark contrast, YouTube's most popular rabbi back in Brooklyn disagreed. Can you explain what's going on in Israel and how that relates to Judaism and Islam, or maybe the differences between those beliefs?
Hamas celebrates the success of their raid. We successfully raped and decapitated babies. That shows that God...
They say that in the Quran. I've never read the Quran. That's wild. It says the last days, I'm not even going to read it, but apparently we have a former Muslim in the chat claiming this, so I'll have to take your word for it. That's wild.
Okay.
Imam Ali, when he was giving
why
the
is that
final will to
depressing,
his
though,
sons,
Bingle?
Imam al-Hassan and Hussein, he told them, always stand against the oppressor, and whether they are in Ukraine, Palestinians, Americans that they suffered somewhere, we always stand with these individuals. We are not aggressive, we are not violent. I expect from the one who has more power.
Okay, well, the guy, different than this guy, I'm looking at people as individuals here. The guy screaming death to America, I don't think he agrees with you.
To be more wise, to have more.
This is all autism.
There are no Palestinian people
Not actually
before
autism.
1967.
And
There
yes,
are
you're
Muslims
right.
who are Arab.
And the Al-Aqsa Mosque is very important as a part of this. And I'm glad you bring this up, because the issues for the most religious people, the most powerful people, they get very, very into spirituality, and they get very into these old prophecies. They're not important to the average American, but you have to pay attention to this stuff in order, if you want to understand what's going on in a lot of these places, because they are a factor. They're a lot bigger of a factor than people realize. there's lots of talk about like, functionality and practicality and like land and economics and all this stuff. And that stuff has a place, but the spiritual side of it is something, and the ideological is still a huge factor in the reasons for why people do things.
Arabs claim to be descendants of Ishmael, and therefore the land belongs to them. And that's why there will be no two-state solution, because as far as they're concerned, the entire country belongs to them. So what does it mean? Israel will give them Gaza? You're giving me my land? It's insulting. Now, the real truth is, there are no descendants of Ishmael.
Why?
He says real truth like it's not his religious truth. His specific is it truth. Like, no, dude, that's not how it works. This is America.
Because they're all intermarried. It's just interesting and fascinating. All these people who are marching in the pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas rallies, and they're screaming and they're shouting and they're carrying these banners, then they go home. What do they do when they go home? They forget about it.
Yeah.
They couldn't care less.
Good point.
Do you think many people believe Islam means terrorism?
I think it's still in the subconscious of a lot of people out there, since as a Muslim, I was in Lebanon when ISIS came to Syria, and we suffered in our capital Beirut from some explosions there because of ISIS. I was able to experience some of their activities. If I wasn't well-educated Muslim that actually I studied the Quran in depth and the words of Prophet Muhammad and his household, I might get a bad image about Islam.
I see.
Because unfortunately, it was shocking to see individuals like actually they believe if they bomb themselves, they will go and eat lunch with the Prophet. Some of them, they found spoons in their pockets. It sounds funny, unfortunately, and you might cry at the same time. But look at the level of ignorance. Unfortunately, we read some articles saying that a lot of them, these thoughts were instilled inside their heads when they were 6 years old or 7 years older.
The Germans write to Germany.
Sure.
They took it from somebody, and that's fine.
Practicality. I mean, he's right. I didn't like what he said about like, this is the truth. Ishmael had no descendants. Like, that's your religious truth. But now he's getting into the like everything was taken by somebody, and he's correct.
Just not Israel. Why are we even debating this? We beat you up in 67 and we took your land.
And look, I don't think that that's a good thing, but they won the war. They got the monopoly on violence. All this other stuff about lying about what's being done. It's extraordinarily brutal. Vast human suffering is being inflicted on Palestinian people. That's happening. I just appreciate the honesty of like, it's just monopoly on violence. And that's what it is at the end of the day. To the winner go the spoils. That's how it's always worked. That's how it always will work, regardless of to the victor go the spoils. Like, that's how it's going to work no matter what. And, you can have all these other different forms of power. You can have propaganda. You can have people spreading information. You can have people justifying it. You can have people denying it. But that's what happens. If a group of people has individuals with guns who can control the land with guns without like foreign intervention, without all these other things happening, like whoever at the end of the day has practical control over the land is who gets it.
That's it. That's ours now. And if we beat you up, we'll take Gaza. It'll be ours.
Yeah.
Like every other country in the world. No, you're an occupier. We're not occupiers, we're conquerors. Look at what we're fighting over.
A small chunk of land?
It's ridiculous.
Because I believe the world now is being divided into two camps. There's the camp of people that they want peace and justice to happen among all mankind. Those are the majority, to be positive and optimistic. And there is the minority where they are also Muslims. Let me call them fake Muslims, fake Christians, fake Jews.
Oh, here we go. The fake people. They're not the no true Scotsman.
Individuals, they want to gain themselves the eye, to feel the eye, ego, arrogance, greed. If we had more youth in power, I think things will become more calmer. I hope that the youth of this generation can make a major and big difference in the future and not follow the footsteps of the previous generation. I'm talking about them.
Yeah, look, I get what you're saying, Thea, but like, I got to stay on YouTube. Is the thing. I can't say certain things. People perceive things a certain way. I don't want to get debanked. Like, if you're Jeffrey Epstein and you're a convicted pedophile, you can still have a bank. In fact, you can work specifically with the banks publicly, not publicly, but it's public information that this happened. But if you criticize certain people, if you hit the wrong nerve, you're on the no-fly list. No courts needed, and I gotta fly. But yeah, I get what you're saying, man. Absolutely.
Minorities, that they are just seeking power. Like one of the philosophers, he said, if the human is following his desires, if he owned the world, he will be looking at the skies. So conquering the universe, you know?
Given the importance of the youth, I want to cross the street from the mosque to the middle school where a lot of these kids are actually refugees from the Middle East.
Salam.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good.
Thanks for having us.
Oh, thank you for coming.
All right. So I'm here with
everybody. My name is Suhaila Ayman, and I'm the office administrator at Riverside Academy West. We're going to take a walk through our building, which is a middle school and high school here in Dearborn, Michigan, epicenter of Arab America.
So what's going on here? These kids learn. Do we have Arabic teachings at play here?
Yes, we do provide Arabic language classes. That's one of the benefits of coming to this particular public charter building. A large refugee population, students who've been coming from war-torn countries. The majority of our students are Muslim, and they practice their faith. So we do have an opportunity that allows students to pray while they're in the building.
Okay.
You had the first waves in the 30s and 40s, which was like my great-grandfather came here in 1901. So you had people coming, seeking a better opportunity, seeking, living that American dream. And then you had another influx during the 50s and 60s, and again in the 70s, 80s. And then what we saw in that fourth wave were during the 90s and 2000s were as a result of war.
Look, I mean, the majority of schools in America have a majority Christian population, and they're not setting up prayer rooms. I think if you tried to, people would be very, very, very angry.
So we have had a recent influx of Syrian and Yemeni refugees that we've seen coming in, especially within the Syrian communities. And it's unfortunate because some of these kids have never seen the inside of a classroom.
You guys want to say what's up? What are you guys learning?
Oh my gosh,
Hey, thanks for watching. What are you guys learning right now?
Some Arabic right now.
Arabic? How do you guys like the school?
It's nice. It's my first day.
Is your first day?
It's my first year.
Okay.
I moved.
Where are you from?
I'm from Yemen.
Yemen?
Ooh, get on here.
Where are you guys from?
Iraq. Yemen, yeah. Syria.
Syria?
Yeah. Hi, YouTube.
Yeah, say what's up to YouTube. Yeah!
You kids, man.
All right, bye, guys. Yeah.
Subscribe!
All right. All right, brother. Thank you so much for having us. Where can the people find you, and can they see your business?
Thank you, yes. So we're Big Time Graphics. DM me on Instagram if you guys need anything. Our IG is Big Time Graphics. At the end is 2 S's.
You can find us on YouTube at Hanging with Hasidics, and you can
Hanging
book
with
a
Hasidics.
tour of our Crown Heights Hasidic community. Go behind the scenes. We'll open many closed doors.
Also, whoever has the most viewed TikTok or YouTube short
Yeah,
using
that
a
is
clip
odd.
from this
That's
video,
weird
I'll send
that they
you
let him do that.
$500. Post however many times you want, but you must tag my TikTok/YouTube @ and put YouTube Tyler Oliveira in the title/description.
Alrighty. Okay, guys, we're at about 4 hours. I'm gonna hop
Dude,
off
come over here
here.
and do some crazy shit.
It's like trolling every song. Yeah, this is another thing. I like to watch those videos of people being trolled on video games. That's my slop that I like to watch. So yeah, thanks for coming, guys. I'm all done here. Like the video, subscribe if you're not. The stream's about to end. I would really appreciate it if you left a comment on the actual video and not the live comments when it's over. That helps me out. Like the video, subscribe if you're not, reach out on Twitter, and check that out if you're not. I write a lot there, a lot of threads and stuff. All right. Bye, everybody.